broken home. I gave you all bricks on and on. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, break his walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. Away. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost myself. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Away. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
Hello, everyone. Oh, sorry, I have my breakfast right in front of me. I was meant to put that away. But hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 edition of the Global Azure Bootcamp. So this is the Nigeria edition of that. So we're excited to have amazing sessions lined up for you. So we have amazing lineup of speakers. We have an amazing set of moderators that are going to be guiding you through the rest of the day. So we hope you stick with us. Send the invitation, send the link to your friends, send the link to your colleagues, send the link to other people that you know. Make sure you click the like button. And if you're yet to subscribe to the YouTube channel that you're watching us from, make sure you do that also. So, but anyways, let me bring up a set of moderators, panelists that we're going to be getting started with today. So I'll just say in about, let's say, about in about 10 seconds, 10 seconds each, if you just introduce yourself, who you are, where you're joining us from, and so the audience can get to meet you. So you can go first, Dami.
Hi, my name is Oluwatosin, and I'm in Lagos, of course, Lagos. And okay, so I'm a technical lead with Informati. And I'm happy to be
Awesome.
here today moderating the session with everyone on the panel.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Dami. So over to you, Sakofi.
Hello, everyone. It's a wonderful day out here in London. I'll be one of your moderator for this program. I currently work as a technical account manager for Sophos. I'm actually into cloud services and also networking. So this program is excited one that if you are into those services, definitely you have actually joined the right session for today. All right. So over to you, Sir David.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. And we got Mr. Raphael, and then we got Pokwala, and then we got Mr. Sheyi. So if you go ahead and just introduce yourself in that order. Raphael, are you there? Oh, I think we lost Raphael. Pokwala, please go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Good morning.
Your ECR cannot Pokwala, right? Pokwala is your last name. Is it?
Pokwala is my surname.
Apologies
Isiaka is my first name.
Yeah, sorry. Isiaka, sorry, apologies.
The sequence doesn't matter. The sequence doesn't matter. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everywhere you are listening and watching us live. Pokwala Isakola Milika is my name. I am Microsoft certified trainer. I have my area of specialty in data analytics and Microsoft cloud services. I'm glad to be part of this event. Thank you.
Thanks very much for joining. Thanks very much. And I think we lost Mr. Raphael there, so I'll just say, Mr. Sheyi, please go ahead and introduce yourself quickly, and then we'll get started with our conversation.
Okay. My name is Oluwaseyi, Oluwawumiju, and I'm part of the team. I'm an MVP, and also I consult over decades now here in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. I speak publicly in so many events, and I'm part of the local Nigerian community, which every one of us is. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks very much, everyone. So again, we're looking forward to having an amazing event. So before we go any further, just want to introduce to our audience what the agenda is like for today. So we're starting out with a short interview where we're going to have some conversation about some plans that we have. And then we're going to go into a short break, and then we're going to have a first session with Tosin Anisere, and then we have the second session with Mr. Sheyi, and then with Paul, and then with Oluwafemi Akinfewa, and then with Raphael, and then Japhlet, and then Imo Etuk, and then we'll have like maybe a short closing panel at the end. So that's sort of like the agenda for today. So again, we have amazing sessions put together. So before we go any further, so I heard that we're going to be having an event, that there's an event that's going to be coming up. So Mr. Sheyi, you've been heavily involved in the planning of that, a lot of 11 p.m. calls and Zoom screen sharing sessions at 11 p.m. What exactly is keeping you up that late? What exactly are you preparing for the people?
Okay. We know that community is like the baseline for most of our grassroots development in Africa. And one aspect that has rolled in some years back is the aspect of the cloud integration into our system. And us as a community and for Nigeria, in terms of the concept of dynamic and talented people here, we want to have an environment where we can come for training, an environment we can come to know ourselves, network with each other, an environment to be able to look at technology from the perspective of Africa, for Africa, because we are unique in terms of our development, our infrastructure, and so many people out there might not know how to go about this. So when we come together as a community, we build a bond together. So now that was what initiated this program that is coming up called the Nigerian Azure Community Conference. Now the conference is targeted at every sphere of technology, from the IT pro to the development circle ecosystem, down to even the student and even to professionals. Now, what we want to bring to the table is to bring people. Please, David, I talk too much. When I'm supposed to stop, let me stop. If you, I can take the whole time for other people. Please pause me. So the concept is to bring about a roundtable for knowledge via cloud technology. People knowing what Azure is about. You know, Azure is dynamic and changing. And the spare of technology, if we are not embracing it with this kind of environment and this kind of ecosystem, we might lose in the competition with other people. Now, I can tell you, it's now a playing field for everybody. Technology, remote job as make all of us equal, whether from Europe, from Africa. We are competing for the same job. How do we know this? How do we come together to have a better insight of what we are doing? And that's what brought about this this conference. And a lot of things has gone into place. And I know as you are bringing other people to talk about it, you notice that they will give us more information about what is going on. Now, we have dynamic and beautiful and excellent professionals all over the world coming in. Some people coming in person because it's an hybrid environment. It's an hybrid conference rather, where we are going to have the virtual and also the physical. And we have some good partners that is partnering with us. So that's what I can say for now. I think others should just give their input here.
That sounds very, very interesting, right? So you're talking about there's going to be a conference at the end of this month, and it's going to be both a virtual conference and an in-person conference. And we're going to have apologies because I just noticed that Dami's face is in there. So, and we're going to have speakers, both locally and international speakers that are going to be coming in. And then we're going to have the community being able to connect with businesses, and businesses being able to connect back to the community and build relationships and network with each other, essentially try to take their IT careers, their tech careers to another level. Is that what you're talking about in essence? Is that sort of like a quick summary? Did I give a good summary of what you're discussing there?
Yeah, apparently that's what the summary of what I said. Yes.
Okay. So I'll bring Mr. Raphael in now, and then I'll let Dami and Sarkofi ask questions about the upcoming conference also. So, Mr. Raphael, you've also been heavily involved in sort of like the planning of this conference that's going to be coming up. This massive conference that's going on, and you've been heavily involved in printing letters, sending invitation, and everything. What exactly are we going to be? What exactly should people expect? Right? Is there anything that you have in the plans? Are people going to be getting, maybe certification vouchers or anything like that? Are people going to eat if they come? Right? Or are you going to just leave them hungry? Are people going to be able to connect with people that know what they're doing in the industry?
You see the way I'm smiling because
so what's the answer?
Because you mentioned food. Of course, there's going to be food. But this event is going to be an event like no other. Okay, I tell you, Microsoft is fully backing us. On that day, you're going to be seeing a lot of international guests. You're going to
and I think we lost Mr. Raphael's connection. Okay. So I think we lost Mr. Raphael's connection. So, okay, I'll go ahead and just bring someone else in. And then again,
my internet seems.
My
internet seems to be slow. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that it's going to be like an event that we have never had before because we have the blessings of Microsoft. Okay. So if you come on that day, you register as a participant, you'll have the opportunity to take our certification challenge. Not only that, you'll have people from all walks of life that have been using Azure to come and talk about their experiences. So it's the event is going to be for starters, people that are at an intermediate level, and people that are already advanced. So if you're looking for an opportunity to network, or if you're looking for an opportunity to reconnect yourself to the Azure ecosystem, I think this will be a perfect opportunity. I'm excited. I can't wait.
Awesome. That looks very interesting. Okay. So I heard that there's going to be like some very interesting keynotes, Mr. Seyi. So,
Yes.
and I heard that you have some big names, and I'm not kidding. That's sort of like the rumors that I'm hearing. You have some big names that are going to be speaking in this keynote session. So,
Yes.
is that something that you can share with us now, or is that something that you're keeping a secret that you cannot share with us?
I can share some of them, and I'll just give you I'll just give a little bit of it. One, we are having the opportunity to have the wonderful Scott Hanselman from Microsoft US to be part of the keynote. He's going to call in to tell us about what's going to happen in terms of open source, Azure cloud, and we are going to hear from the source himself. This has been someone that has been in this line of cloud development for over years, and his experience sharing with the community can also boost some of our understanding. Now, another person that we know is Az, and a very wonderful lady is going to be part of the keynote, and that is Ola Williams. Ola Williams is going to come out. He's a country manager for Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana, and he has been a director of cloud solution over years before moving to the management position of the country manager in Nigeria and Ghana. And that is what we are saying now, is that we are bringing a pool of people with a lot of experiences, with a lot of understanding of African culture, and also imbibing and connecting it with, blending it with the Azure technology. That's Microsoft's own view about cloud offering to the world. Bringing those, and we have a lot of people that is going to come from ADC. We just launched the ADK building, but those ones are still something we just pulled down. There are a lot of people that is coming from Microsoft Nigeria. We have a lot of people coming from Microsoft. Even we are having some program manager that are principal program manager that's going to be part panel. And we are hoping to have Adekombi Adebayo, Olubayo, the Data Nigeria head himself, to be part of one of the panel. And that shows us that we are cutting across every sphere in terms of the local and international, bringing them to a pool of water for us to have a better conference that can bring us into a leverage of understanding Microsoft in terms of technology offering.
Wow, this is super interesting. I mean, when you're saying it, yeah. So let's go ahead, Sir Coffee. I'm like, I need to go register. Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, because this one is going to be action packed, because it's like all walks of life. People are coming in, and with their experience they have, it's nothing that you can just miss. I mean, if you have not already registered, I think it's a good time for you to obviously do so. So thank you for the organizers for putting this one out, and I think it's going to be an amazing session. I'm definitely looking forward to it.
And I should say also that it's not just the organizers. So for those that may not know, apart from the organizers, we also have an amazing group of people. We call them sort of like a Bitcoin bank, right? They are the ones that are bankrolling this event. They send Bitcoin to us whenever we need, like, the gold to get everything going. Sakofi is obviously smiling. You can see the art collection behind him. So thanks very much to all our sponsors.
I just want to ask, so if I want to find out about the program, is there a website or a page that we can go to just get updates about the program?
Awesome. Mr. Raphael, do you want to take that?
I just want to ask.
Yes, we have, okay, the thing is, all our events are on our community website. AzureNigeria.community is the easiest place to track all our events, but we have a meetup group, a registration link for that. But if you're confused, the easiest way to go, just check our website. You easily find all the links there. Thank you.
Awesome.
It has been posted in the chat window.
Yeah, that's been super awesome. So you're just saying people just go to answer that next question, you said people should just go to AzureNigeria.community, and they'll find information about the event there. And also they'll be able to find information about how to register for the event. Okay. So there's another thing that you're yet to confirm to me. So Mr. Raphael, you said there'll be food. Mr. Seyi, you said we'll have amazing speakers. right? So, but that's not sufficient. What about my swag? I'm not going to get any swag. I'm going to attend your event. No swag for me. What's going on here?
Well, we are set. We have amazing committee that are working to that make that happen, and hopefully that will be there. And obviously, we can't let you go without having swag. And apart from certifications voucher, we are also working on that. And the beautiful thing is that one of the partner that we are going to that is going to host us there is a very reliable partner that can also do some handsome thing in terms of Nigerian technology, and that is TD Africa. So the venue for this is TD Africa at Bagada. If you are driving through Bagada Expressway, when you get to the I think Charlie Bord bus stop, very close to UPS, you see that. So you can drive there. Is close, is the middle, because mainland, whether you are coming from island, you are coming from the interland, you can all converge in mainland. So we are all going to mainland to have that event, and they are a wonderful host. Last time, let me give you a gist. After the event we have like that with Zelos, the chairman Stan, you know what, invited us to Bodilon. You know, Bodilon in Ikoyi is one of the biggest place where
the places where people like Sakofi goes to, and maybe even Damni, you know, they go to relax. Yeah,
he hosted a lot of all the community member, whether you are from Power BI, you are from AI, everybody came there. We had a nice time with band singing, and you know, just to have a networking environment. So he's also the sponsor for this. We don't know what he's going to throw at us this time, but we know that something good is coming from the host.
Awesome, man! Wow. I'm not sure. I can't wait.
Oh, say, Debbie, are you going to be there?
Oh, that's a very interesting question.
We know you can get to visa, just fly in. You are just coming.
Just the weekend, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead. Mr.
All right. I'm aware this is going to be an hybrid event. There will be physical and there will be virtual. Do we have any plan for watch party?
Oh, very good.
Oh. Okay. You know, I am a watch party. I am a watch party lover. I have a lot of communities who are watch party lovers, and I take event to their communities.
Okay, that's I'm also a grassroots person, and that's very interesting. We never thought of that, but it's something we can just look at. Maybe set up 2 watch party, maybe one from the north, one from the south, and we just use that because the planning has already gone into full blues. And I think Raphael is the head of us. He's the head of the committee. He's here. Raphael, what do you feel? Should we have a watch party, just one in the north, one in the okay.
I think his internet connection is bad. But anyways, so I think that the answer that Sir Raphael gave the last time was to say that is one of the items that we have in the backlog to have the watch party. The key thing that's like the differentiator is sort of like the budget that we have. Yeah. But you know what? Guess what? We have a member of the community that actually just donated. So he previously sponsored us like as a premium sponsor, which means a minimum of 100,000, and he just added another one to that, making it 200,000. So it's a double premium sponsor. So Mr. Oluwa, shout out to you. Thanks very much for
thank you.
That is absolutely amazing. And you know what? With people like Mr. Oluwa and Sakofi behind you, all that Sakofi needs to do is to take one of those artwork behind him, ship one of them to Nigeria, we sell it, boom. We have 100 watch parties, 100 watch parties everywhere, so it's something that can definitely happen. But I think that's something that will update the community on. So anyways,
thank you guys.
No problem. Yeah, I mean, it's been very interesting. So again, if you're yet to, go right now to azurenigeria.community. So the website has been displayed on the screen, or go to the Meetup page. So the website is in the chat window, or you can also get to the Meetup page from azurenigeria.community, and make sure you have yourself registered for the event. So one of the things is that for the certification voucher, you will only get the certification voucher if you attend the event, and also if you complete the certification challenge. If you complete the certification challenge without attending the event, you won't qualify for the voucher. So you have to do both. So, and that would be a free certification, a free voucher to go to one of the Microsoft certifications without you having to pay the cost for that. So that would be amazing. Okay, so it's been awesome. We're just right on at 10:30. Thanks very much for again introducing the conference, sharing this information to us. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the keynote session by Scott Hanselman. I'm looking forward to the keynote session by Ola Williams. I'm looking forward to the teams that are going to be speaking, and one of them is actually, she's in the background, all ready and loaded to deliver our first session, and she'll also be speaking at this event, right? So we're all looking forward to it. So thanks very much, everyone, again. So we'll go for like a short break, so for about 10 minutes. So when we come back from the break, what we're going to do is we're going to go right on to the first session of the day, and the first session of the day will be Zero Trust Methodology by Oluwatosin, Anisere. Anisere. I think that's how you taught us to pronounce it the last time. So Anisere.
You have left Nigeria for a long time.
No, it's so bad. I'm so sorry. So it's Anisere. So then we're going to have the first session from Tosin. So we'll see you all in about 10 minutes. So let's go for like a quick 10 minutes break. So let's go stop. Let's get the right stuff. And sorry, just need to queue up the right one.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here and we can disappear and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here and we can disappear and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
Bye. My God. Okay, let's go right now. Oh, okay. Welcome back from the break. I hope we took some time to eat something small. For me, I took the weirdest combination. I'm not going to share. All right, so we're about to have our first speaker. Her name is Tosin Anisere. I hope I got the pronunciation right. And I'm happy to introduce her because she used to be a trainer of mine, and it's a privilege to introduce you today. She'll be speaking on zero trust methodology, and I hope we're all ready to listen because it's going to be an educative session. Um, okay, so let's get ready. All right, so I'm going to be reading up shortly. Yeah, I can't give everything from my head, but hopefully I get it shortly. You can share with it with your house. All right. So I'm just going to say Tosin's profile from where way back where I knew her. Tosin was we worked together at Tech Expert, and I know she said, well, I don't know. Okay, well, she was my trainer, and from training, I know she also works in Azure. Okay, so I've gotten an expo. I'm getting an expo on our on our profile. Pardon me, pardon me, pardon me. All right. So she has over 10 years of experience specializing in Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Azure technologies. Her expertise is in administrating Microsoft 365 and architecting Microsoft-based identity, security, and governance solution. And one of the things she'll be talking today about today is security. She has led projects, delivered end-to-end infrastructure management solutions in a cloud environment as a consultant. Today, Tosin is a consultant on modern workplace engineering in Avenade. I'll be giving her the mic now. Tosin, you can have the floor, please.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Really happy to be here. And thanks for the introduction. Yes, my name is Oluwatosin Anisere. I really don't know why my colleagues have been mispronouncing the name after being together for some time now, but it's fine. So my name is Oluwatosin Anisere, and I'll be talking on zero trust methodology. Okay. I think please feel free to call me Tosi. And like the introduction that was done, I work with Avanet as a consultant, and I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer as well as a mentor. My area of expertise, I specialize in Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. And yeah, again, my expertise is in architecting and administering identity, security, governance solution in this area. That's the Azure and Microsoft 365. Okay, so moving on, let's get on to the agenda for today. And in today's agenda, we'll basically be looking at introduction to zero trust. We'll be looking at the zero trust model. We'll be looking at the difference between zero trust and defense in depth for those of us uh, that may be wondering. We'll also talk about zero trust security architecture, the component of zero trust model, and we'll do a quick demo. I really hope time will be on my side, to show us this demo. Okay, so without wasting much time, let's get on with the introduction with regards to zero trust. Now, for those of us that love to watch movies, I'm sure there's some of these, epic movies where you get to see either the palace or castle, however you want to put it. And of course, there's usually this much security around the castle. Okay, you would see usually the architecture is usually very, strong and well secured, and you would see, all these heavy built soldiers, all around the castle, and just ensuring that no intruder and the castle is, being kept secured. So in the same way, if you look at it, basically, it's me describing the classic approach where everything is restricted to secure network. So as long as you're part of the network, automatically you would get trusted. But since the event of cloud technology and thanks to the pandemic, now this traditional security strategies is no longer sufficient, and this exactly is where the zero trust comes in. In practice, what I meant to say is that we no longer assume that password is enough, for us to, get by security. It's no longer sufficient to validate user. So in that instance, you have the likes of MFA, conditional access, just to do those additional check. Now, it doesn't matter whether you've signed in before, that is, you've validated yourself on the system before and all. Such user again needs to verify, and that's typically how it works. So another example is, okay, so instead of granting access to all the devices on maybe organization's corporate network, users can basically be given the access they need. So that's what the idea of this zero trust is. Now, what is zero trust? Basically, zero trust is a strategy. I wouldn't call it a service, like a service, or a product like Azure or Power Apps and all. Is basically a strategy, and it's just an approach in designing and implementing the social security principles. Now, what are the security principles? You can see clearly from my slide. That's the guiding principles that we can see right now. Verify explicitly, use the least privilege access, and assume bridge. So those are the guiding principle. And of course, these are still part of the zero trust model. And for instance, okay, let me talk briefly about the guiding principle. The verify explicitly, it has to do with authentication and authorization, based on whatever available data that you have. Then the instance of least privilege, that's where it limits users to maybe either a just-in-time access or just enough access in the environment. Then assume breach, that is you minimizing that radius, okay, making sure the end-to-end encryption is verified using analytics to get visibility and all. So basically, this is the guiding principle. Let me move. Let me draw a little bit more on that. Okay. Now, this guiding principle, like I mentioned earlier, is actually the core of zero trust model. And instead of believing that, okay, everything behind the firewall is safe, the idea is the zero trust model assumes breach at all times. Usually it will verify every request that you put through, and regardless of the request, wherever it's been originated or not, what zero trust model teaches us is to always verify at all time. That is, never trust and always verify. So together, let's just assume Microsoft security has trust issues, and that's why each time the user comes in, they have to verify every now and then. And that's where single sign-on comes in really handy, because with single sign-on, you have to keep entering your credentials, your username, your password. Now, I'm not talking about the seamless single sign-on that automatically allows you to access apps and all. Talking about the SSO, where you have to enter your credentials at every point in time and all. So this basically is the zero trust principle. Okay, so moving on, still on this zero trust model, we have the six foundational pillars. And the idea of the six foundational pillar we have, that you can see on the screen. We have the identity, endpoint, application, network, infrastructure, data. These are the six fundamental pillars. Now, each of these that I just mentioned, they are source of signal, and they're also a control plane for enforcement and maybe a critical resource to be defended. So what do I mean? We can have, depending on the approach you want to take around zero trust, you can have zero trust. That is, you can secure identity with zero trust. Don't forget that when it comes to identity, that's usually the first, in this pillar, and it verifies all forms of identity with strong authentication. So when this identity attempt to maybe access a resource, let's say for instance you're trying to access an app in the cloud or not, it will verify your identity. That is, it will, in form of authentication and authorization, it will ask for your credential just to validate that yes, you are, you're not vulnerable, and you have this. Sorry, just to validate you. Let me put it simply that way, to validate you. Then the next one is the endpoints. Endpoint, which we can also refer to as devices. Now, for these, you can get visibility into all devices that are accessing your network, because once an identity is being granted, maybe to a resource or no, data can flow from any of these endpoints. It could be from your smartphone, it could be from your tablet, whether it's company owned devices or your own personal devices. Of course, data flow in and out from these. And for that reason, it's the device, I would say, is a massive, attack surface area. So there's a strong need to at every point in time monitor and ensure that this device health, is compliant, and also this is part of securing endpoint with zero trust, and that's why it's part of the six fundamental pillars. Now, the third one here is application, and of course, our application. This just gives us that interface in which our data is being consumed, basically. Now, with this, you can discover shadow IT. And I would say, some users in the organization, no matter how careful, by the time you say, okay, these are the applications or these are the apps you need to use, some just want to find a way around to use what is convenient, probably because they don't like a particular app that is being given to them, so they want to download theirs, or something. So such a thing we can categorize that as shadow IT. So with zero trust for application, it will definitely discover such shadow IT and monitor control access with real time analytics. Another one that we have here is network. Of course, it's not complete if we don't mention network, and that's why this also gets a place in the six foundational pillars. Now, for network, it has to do with encrypting all communication. That way, it will limit access by policies as well as segment any network. So basically, I would say network controls provide this the critical controls to enhance visibility and also help prevent attackers from moving across your network. And also, we have infrastructure. This is a buzzword, that we say from time to time. But basically, what does it have to do with zero trust? So this is also listed as part of the foundational pillars, and this is just to employ the real-time threat detection. Automatically block any risky sign or any risky attempt. It can flag any risk for you. It uses the least privilege, model to do this. Now, whether the applications or servers or device or resource, let me use that word to cover it up, on the cloud or their on premises or their maybe on a VM or containers, whatever it is. Now, this is also prone to threats, okay, because it's a critical threat vector. And for that reason, one can also secure the infrastructure with zero trust. And last but not the least is data. Okay, so for data, of course, data I would say is usually the target for any attackers, at any time. And for this data, the it has to do with, okay, classifying in terms of security, classifying data, labeling, encrypting data, whether the data is in transit or the data is at rest. This is what it's about, and these are our six foundational pillars, okay, about zero trust. So moving on, I quickly want to explain defense in depth and zero trust security. Now, sorry, this particular teaching is, I would say, is intermediate. So I'm not going to be running through many basics. There's some things that I would have expected some of us to know, like this defense in depth. This is common, and you may be wondering, so what's the difference between defense in depth and zero trust security layer? Because it sounds like, okay, they're both, in terms of cybersecurity and all. But I would say to us that the defense in depth is a layered approach security, and the idea of that is to reduce vulnerability such that when a particular layer is attacked, it can be contained in the next layer of defense. So usually, the in the defense in depth, the data is what the attackers are trying to target, but they need to get past all the other layers, starting from the physical security. And of course, the physical security has to do with physical, environment and all of those. Then next to the identity and access management. So in case the attackers are able to breach one of those layers, at least it will be contained even before it gets to the data that eventually wants to be stolen. Now this differs a little bit, um, not a little bit, I would say clearly, it differs clearly from zero trust security layer. And I'll tell you. Now, for defense in depth, it has this implicit trust. That is, once you are validated once and you are in the network or network, then you are fine. No, that is not the issue of zero trust security layer. When it comes to zero trust, it assumes breach at every point in time. So it trusts nothing and it's always verified. So it's more of, it doesn't use an implicit trust. That's the zero trust. Another difference between defense in depth and zero trust is in terms of how will I put it, layered approach. So they have this, I would say, the defense in depth in terms of, the days where we have on premises environment, everybody is within the corporate network and all. But these days, uh, everyone is everywhere, in terms of different location, different places. Some even get to work in the cafe, airport, and all of this. And because they use even their own personal device to connect and all, it's like everything is open. And that's where the the zero trust, contain all of this rather than the defense in depth. And that's like a distinct difference between both. Okay. Moving on, I'll talk about the security architecture. Now, for this security architecture, basically, I would say it's centered around, should I say, conditional access, um, and whole, because when it comes to the evaluation and enforcement is this center stage for whole. So what I'm trying to say in essence is the conditional access use this policy engine for zero trust architecture. Now this covers both, whether it's policy definition or policy enforcement, just like you can see from the diagram on my screen. All of these conditional access basically is that engine, that drives all of it. And I'll explain. So for let me move on to the next slide to explain better. Now, this next slide is basically talking about component of zero trust. And the security policy enforcement is usually at the center of this zero trust architecture. It's usually include MFA, just like we can see there. This MFA can be used with conditional access and all. Of course, it takes into consideration users, devices, whether it's device status, and all of those. Now, if you take a look at this slide right now, you will notice that those pillars, fundamental pillars that we talked about, are also basically present here. Now, whether it's identity or endpoint, which are the devices, okay, data, application, network, and what's the last one? Infrastructure component. All of these are basically configured with appropriate security in mind. Okay, so let's take for example, we have device policies, right? Now this device policy, the idea is it's supposed to determine the health of the devices, and we have the conditional access in place. Don't forget, we said that's the strong drive that access that ensures that these devices are in they're healthy. That's healthy devices and all. So around this, then we have the threat protection, intelligence monitoring for the environment, just to minimize risk. So this is, this diagram right now is just the component of zero trust model. Okay. I know I have less than 5 minutes, but very quickly, let me just show us what this in the demo, the conditional access. Okay, so permit me to share my screen, please. 1 minute. Okay, so I have this right now. This is my Azure page, so portal.azure.com. Of course, so from here I can use the search to go to Azure AD conditional access. Okay, so remember I said this is the driver. And when it comes to conditional access, basically, it has to do with policy. Okay, there's always the condition and the action. Okay, with this. So, for instance, we have I want to create a new policy. Create new policy. So I can give it policy name. Say global Azure test. Then that's the name of our policy right now. So we have assignment. So the idea is, who do we want to assign this policy to. So we can either assign the policy to all the users within our organizations, or we can assign it to specific users within the organization, depending on what you want to use this policy to achieve. So I could say, okay, let this affect maybe selected users. And specifically, I'm concerned about, maybe guest users and external users in my environment. That is those users that are not actually part of my organization. And also probably I'm particular about them and I want this policy to cover them. So I could go ahead to select all users, all guests within our environment. So that's basically what I'm putting explicitly out there to say I want this policy to affect my guest and external user within my environment. Then next here we have the cloud option. Sorry, please think. Um, 1 minute. So sorry. All right, so back here. No, 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 no. Well, I don't want to create yet. Okay, I think I may just have to reload quickly. Apologies about that, please. So I'll just quickly, share that again. Azure tests. Oh, I think I named it Global Azure Test. Global Azure Test. Okay. Again, select users and group, all guests, and also from there I could, right? So next here we have cloud app or actions. So here, what do I want all the cloud app whenever my guest users, are in my environment and they want to access, is it all the cloud app in my environment? That way, or is selected app. So depending on what your business requires. So let's assume it's a selected app. I could say, okay, for instance, whenever they want to access Ally, or I could even say Office 365. So whenever users that are outside my organization wants to access Office 365, so I've included that and selected. Now it's then the condition now it's not compulsory you have to set all these conditions in place. Again, it depends on the business requirement, but if you take a look, you can configure the user risk, whether you want to configure that based on high, or so you have to click yes first, whether you want high or medium or low or everything. But rather I'll just say at medium, let's configure this for medium. Then I can go to sign-in risk. Okay, I can equally configure the sign-in risk and say, okay, at this medium level, then I can have, done, cancel, done. So the next one here is device platform. So depending, whenever my guest users, whom I'm applying this policy to, whenever they want to access from, is it any device, or am I restricting them to say, okay, whenever they're trying to, access, don't forget they're trying to access Office 365 app. That's what we specified, maybe from Android or from iOS or Windows. So again, please, I'm stressing this, it depends on the business requirement. But for the purpose of this demo, I could just leave it to, the Android and iOS, to say whenever they are doing this, so let's something be done. Then location matters as well. So I could configure location to say maybe from any location or trusted location or selected location. Now, if I'm choosing selected location, I have to be specific to say, okay, any of the MFA trusted IPs, and okay, that's fine by me and all. Then I have the client's apps as well. Is it the browser, the web browser, the desktop, and also I'll go ahead to click configure. Please, for the purpose of learning, I don't know why I'm stressing this. It's not a must you configure all these things. It just depends on the business requirement. But most organization, in best case, all of these are set in place. such that it covers the security measure. So for this, I could say from browser and maybe the legacy application for Exchange and all. Then the last but not the least, filter for device. So if I do this, what I'm basically saying is I want to add a rule. Okay, I want to be able to add an expression. So if you do that, you can choose, okay, what property is it based on, the name or device ownership, or whether it's compliant or based on manufacturer of the devices and all. So you can have that here, or you can decide to exclude filtered device policy. So it depends, but at this point I'm just going to leave it to no. Now, very quickly, I know I have less time, to go, and I'll just go ahead to oops. Okay, so at this point in time, oh, okay, I think I've been notified that my time is almost up here. Please just permit me to finish this up and give me just 2 minutes, please. I should round this up quickly. So I have my conditions set, just the access control. Now I can decide to say, okay, I want to grant access. Whenever these guest users from outside my organization wants to access resources, in this case, which is Office 365, let it require of MFA. Without MFA, do not grant access. That's what I'm implying here. So once I select, I could have session. No, it must, but the session here basically, let's see, is just okay. Is it based on sign-in frequency or use app enforced restriction or conditional access and all? I'm sorry, I'm rushing. My time is up. But once all of this is done, you can enable the policy, maybe for report purpose only, or you can either turn it on, or you can do the report purpose first of all, and after some time you can decide to turn it up. Just now I'll go ahead to create. Okay, so while this is creating, because I've spent 1 minute past my time, I don't know if we have any question whatsoever while this conditional access is created. I don't know if I'm trying to
So
check.
I'm checking and seeing there's no question at the moment, but someone asked if you would like to share your slides with us, maybe after the session, of course. Would that be okay with you?
Oh, okay. I'll send across to the organizers. Yes.
Okay. All right. So there are still no questions at the moment. So we'll just wait for the conditional access policy to finish. I'll keep
All
checking for
right.
questions.
Yes. I'll keep checking that. But the summary of this is, when it comes to zero trust methodology, it's a concept, or is a teaching of trust no one and verify everything. Don't forget our 6 foundation pillars on our guiding principle, which is the assume breach, the least privilege access, as well as verify explicitly. So thank you. And
Oh,
let me see if our conditional access has been deployed now. Okay, so created. You can see it's already created and it's for reporting only, because that's what I set it as.
mm,
So
okay. Um, so I guess at the end of this, if someone is trying to sign in now that the conditional access policy is complete, and you're seeing the conditions, like you explained already to us, that mostly it's based on conditions and actions. So if I don't meet the condition, of course, then there's an action that's going to take place on the user, right?
yes. So
Mm,
basically, if the condition is not met, there's an action. So the action is usually either it blocks or it
okay.
grants. So if it's met, depending on what is set, then it grants access. or if it's the other way around, it will block access. So the idea is it satisfies the condition first. It satisfies the condition, especially when after the action has taken place.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the educative session today
Thank
on
you.
zero trust methodology. I believe I learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone also learned on this session, especially about security and how we implement this such that there are no breaches at any of the levels in our organization. Thank you so much, Tosin.
All right. Thank
Um,
you.
all right, you're welcome. I don't have any questions from the crowd, so I think we would just we have a short break right now. If I'm correct, and then we'll be back by 11:20 a.m. Thank you so much. Happy to have you again. Okay. All right, and just to prepare you for the next session, we have Mr. Oluwaseyi Oluwamiju and Ayodeji Folarin to talk about demystifying Azure search using cognitive service and Power BI for deeper insight. I'm sure it's going to be an educative session. Please don't miss it. You can see we have two people collaborating to teach on this. It's going to be a wonderful session. So we look forward to seeing you in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break. We're so sorry that we tried to make the breaks longer as scheduled on the plan for today. And so for our next session, we have Mr. Oluwaseyi Oluwawumiju. Sorry about that. And there are two people, and Mr. Ayodeji Folarin. I'll start first with the profile for Mr. Sheyi. Mr. Sheyi Oluwamiju is a solutions focused, team oriented technical consultant and Microsoft certified trainer with broad based experience and hands on skill in successful implementation of highly effective Microsoft infrastructure deployments. Currently, he's a management executive at Covenant Technologies and is also has experience with and AI and managed services. And then for Mr. Ayodeji Folarin, he's a business intelligence consultant and he's is an experienced RDBMS consultant with more than 18 years experience in different areas of ICT. He's proficient with development platforms such as Visual Studio, visualstudio.net, C Sharp, Power Builder, Microsoft Access. Um, so I'll be handing over now to Mr. Sheyi and Mr. Ayodeji. Mr. Sheyi, you can have the floor. Okay, while we'll wait for our speakers to get started. Right, okay, I think Mr. Sheyi is ready for us. Um, okay, so I think Mr. Sheyi is going to get started shortly. While we wait for our speakers, you can just let us know in the chat session if you're how you're enjoying the session so far. I know we've had just one and this is the second one, but and you can also put in your expectations. What are the things that you hope to learn in today's program and hopefully in the upcoming events that we have in some weeks' time. So you can just let us know in the chat what are your expectations. All right, while we wait for Mr. Sheyi and Mr. Deji to come on for their session. So let's make use of this time. And you can also get to know somebody, can introduce yourself, let us know where you're listening from. I know someone is listening from Abuja. That's great. If you are also listening from anywhere you are listening from, let us know in the chat session. Okay.
Anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Deji, we can hear you.
Good morning. You can hear me? Okay, thank you
Yes,
very
yes,
much.
yes.
So I'm excited to be here today. Sheyi, how are you?
I'm fine, but I don't know whether you can hear me.
I can hear you now at last. So Sheyi, let's give it a shot. So
Okay.
is the slide up?
Yeah, it is on, and I think apparently I'm having some issue with network here. So let me share it again. Can you see my can the producer help us to my can you see my shared screen? Oh, great.
I think it's
At
coming up
last.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
coming
coming
up.
up. Yes.
Yeah. So good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're calling in from. My name is Oluwaseyi Oluwawumiju. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. I am a consultant. I am an MVP, and also I'm a trainer. I also lead the MCT. I'm also leading the MCT in terms of the regional lead for Nigeria and some country in West
Yeah.
Africa. I
Sorry,
have
Sheyi, for
yeah.
cutting in. The slide, I can't see the slide. Am I the only one?
It's from the production.
Okay, what's going on?
Couldn't we share it again? Let's try that, please. It's
Okay, let me stop it and reshare it again.
all right.
Okay, share it again. Share.
Oh, right.
Okay.
It's on now. Yes.
Good.
Okay. It seems, DG, we have been having this issue of internet back and front, good today, bad tomorrow. It's a wild cat's chase. But welcome once again. As I said, I have over 20 years experience in terms of consulting and also in training and being international speaker. Now, let's Deji introduce himself. Deji, the floor is yours. Who are you?
Okay.
Let people know who you are.
Okay. So my name is Ayodeji Folarin, Lagos, Nigeria. So I'm a consultant, CEO, Jari Computer Solution. I'm Microsoft's most valuable professional on data platform, Microsoft certified trainer. I'm a BI developer, and I just enjoy training.
Mm.
I'm good.
So today we have very limited time, but we want to make the best use of it. So this morning we're going to look at 4 main agenda. The first one, we're going to introduce search and paint some scenario. Now, once we have done the scenario, we'll go to scenario demo, which is one demonstration on how to create the Azure search application. Then Deji come in, how to make it more visible in terms of virtualization and more interesting to get insight from it. So let's go into our study. Now, we know every time we talk of technology, there's always the people balance there, the people experience, what people want to see, how people want to react with the application they are using. And there's always a leverage in every point, like a lever. We need something that can easily balance people experience and technology input. And in digital era, this has come to play that we need an application, and that application can help us to run our environment, make sure that our content is easily accessible, the relevant information getting to us, and we can have ability to have the system giving us option to choose. And that brings us to the topic for today, demystifying Azure search and bringing it out from Power BI for better insight. Now, let's look at search itself. What is search? Most time, search is what you want to find. You want to find something or dig it. What do you think? Do you know search generally has come to stay? What do you feel about search?
Well, Sheye, one thing I know about search, if there is no search on all our devices, life might be miserable. For example, take your mobile phone for instance. You have 2,000 contacts on your mobile phone. Now I'm looking for Oluwaseyi, Oluwawumiju. I have to scroll all the way from A down to O. But if I can just type part of the name or the full name, boom, I have the name right in front of me. I can do what I want to do. Even our textbook, despite the fact that it's not
Yes, we have indexing. Yeah,
we have index at the back, we have content in front. Search can never be pushed aside. It's what has become part of life today.
Good. That means search has been ever there. Now, why we are here this morning is to look at the injection of Microsoft Azure Cognitive Search. Now, search now has been on the periphery of just content search, indexing particular content on phone, on books, etc. But we have not got to a point that we can scale it up as a service. Now, what Azure Cognitive Search is giving us is an embedment of what? The search engine and injection with the cognitive power. Now, cognitive power is the AI embedment to enable you to have intelligence on what you want to do across your enterprise. Whether you're an SMB, you're an enterprise owner, you want to have your customer and your internal user have a way of searching through your information. Now, Azure Search is built on 4 pillars: provision of the service, creating the index, ensuring the index has a data index, cracking it from the information, information from your content, ensuring the AI ability, the algorithm from the machine learning can give the relevant information you want your customer to have. Then they can have an interface where they can search it, and you can easily fine tune it with time, because the fine tuning is the insight that we're going to get from Deji when we are trying to look at this scenario. So the cognitive search comes with the source of the data, document cracking. Now, when you are cracking it, you add what we call cognitive skill in terms of the text, in terms of the images, in terms of the video, in terms of the indexing. Now, once you have all those, you enrich it, and after you enrich it, someone can easily search your index. Someone can easily get even what analytics from there. Now, the scenario we're going to paint here is a scenario that that covers three major lines of business: the online retail e-commerce, how they can use search, the user generated content like newspaper and the rest, and the line of business application. Now, Deji, now when we look at these three scenarios, how do you see Azure search can play in every of those three scenarios?
Well, number one, just imagine somebody that is into online retail, or okay, let me use this case we plan to use today. What's it called? A real estate.
Yeah.
Now, so I have a real estate agency, and I have a database, maybe in Microsoft Excel, in SQL Server, I don't care, but I have a database. I want to make this database available to my clients, to my staff. If anybody needs anything, let the database come up like a wonderful search engine, like Bing, and just type something there. For example, I'm looking for a flat with 2-bedroom flat. Once you type anything there, it should run through the database and come up with that description, with that details for you. Imagine a database handed over to Azure Cognitive Search, and it convert this into a wonderful search engine that can help me push my business forward. The advantage here is much. Number one, I will sell more because more people will be able to get what they need. Number two, I will sell faster. Number three, I can easily get detail of all I need and what people are actually looking for that I don't have. I can have a track of those things and enhance my properties. In fact, Shay, there is no end to what we're about showing the audience today. Let's move.
Now we got to that point where we have seen scenario. Now, Deji, I want you to look at the combination of Azure and Power BI.
Yeah.
Can you
so, well, what we're demonstrating here today,
few minutes
after building the cognitive search with Azure, we publish this in the cloud, and once we get this up there running and our clients get
about that,
we would love to do one thing. Number one, we want to have a activity log. We want to check out the metrics log, any form of things going on there. We really want to check it and work around it. So these are some of the things we would like to see. So number one, let's get the search engine up and running. With the help of Power BI connected to the log activity, we can get a deeper insight into what is going on and be able to maximize our opportunity around the data and the logs. So, Sheyi, I guess we are good. Oh, okay. So maybe at this point, I will need to share my own screen. Hello, Sheyi, if you are there. Hello, Sheyi. Okay. Let me quickly share my screen as I take it away from there. So let me share my screen. I hope mine is live. Am I live? Am I good to go?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, so thank you very much. Once she is back, please let me know. So he is the expert and the cognitive search. I'm just here to have a better, deeper insight with the use of Power BI. Now, the very first thing we need to do when we talk about cognitive search is to set up our Azure cognitive search. And number one, to set that up, remember the steps. So create, once you create, click on create. What exactly are you trying to do? Can you even see the work of search right from here? Instead of running through hundreds of services on Azure, I can just come here and type it what I really needed. Cognitive search. Okay, this is exactly what I need. So this will take me straight to creating my cognitive search. So what am I trying to create? I want to create a cognitive search. I click on create. And once I click on create, I follow the steps by creating all necessary information. Which resource group am I tying this to? Which region am I tying this to? And every other thing up to the pricing tiers. Oh, Sheyi, you're welcome back. Please take it from there. You can share your screen, please.
Okay. Thank you, Deji. We can, you can still shoot that your Azure environment. Okay. I think I had some some technical issue, so I will try to launch my Azure environment. Just few minutes, and this. Then I bring out my Azure environment. Can you guys see it? Can you see my Azure
Yes.
environment? Okay, good.
You can see
I
your
know
screen.
yeah, you're already taking us through how to create the Azure Search application. Two things that is important here. You need a storage account. And that storage account, the essence of the storage account is to be able to what? Every log that is coming from the search engine is being pulled, the metrics is being pulled out and is thrown into the storage account that you have mapped. Then you can also use the storage account if you have some unstructured content like pictures, like PDF, and you want to use it as one of your search injection. You can use the storage account, create a container there, and you can use to run it. Now that you have shown us how to create the search. So there's a search engine I've already created. So I'll just go right at it. At this point, there are three major things you need to do. The first thing is to import your data. Now, how do you get your data imported? Now, data is classified in different formats. You have data that are structured. You have data that are actually from structured environment like SQL Server, like custom DB, and you want to pull all these into the search engine for a robust search experience. Now, what you need to do, Microsoft himself need to connect you to your data, and those data, you see, there is a lot of the data streamlined here. You can see the one we have SQL Server, the one if you have an SQL Server on VM that's on Azure, a block service, a block storage where you have unstructured content that you uploaded there, and all these things, even to the essence that you can have things like SharePoint services, SharePoint there, and you can put all this information into your Azure, into your container and allow Azure data to connect to it. Now, for example, we have already done that. We went to the existing data sample here and we choose the one for real estate. Now, once that is choosing, now what it takes you to a wizard where you connect what we call the cognitive skill. Now, this is very important, very, very, very key. At this point, you are going to be validated, and those information that is inclusive what you want in terms of AI algorithm to be able to help you to fish out when your customer or your internal user want to do it. Now you see there's an attached cognitive service already. Then this is where you can skim it out. This is where you can paraphrase it and mend it and ensure that it augur with the algorithm you want to put in place. Now, you can actually, for the hotel here, for the sample set we have here, we can actually streamline your test cognitive skill, which include extracting people's name, extracting organization name from the content you uploaded. And once you have done that, you save it, and you can also have a storage. Probably you want people to be able to have a central point to get to those data. You can have the storage and save it there. Now, for this sample, because of our time, we're actually going to cancel this and move to the sample one so that I can bring in the advantage. Now, once I have that, the next thing for me is to look at my index. Now, the index is where I have on my
Hello, Sheyi. Something is wrong again. Something is wrong again. Okay. So just for the meantime, so once
already whether this is working properly. Now, testing it, you can use JSON because the system provides you with the ability. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Continue. We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Hello, Sheyi. We can hear you now. Please continue.
Now, please come. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Wow. Yeah, can you hear me? Can I go?
I can hear you. Please continue.
Okay. So once this loads up, you have your indexer, and you can test your indexer by allowing it to have
Please restore your screen.
Okay, my screen again. Maybe we should shift to your own screen, and I can talk to your own screen, and we get it done.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just move straight to my screen.
Just let me to launch the indexer, and I can talk through that.
Okay. Back to home.
Okay, we are still seeing your picture.
They can put this up. This is ready.
Okay. Now,
can you see my screen now?
I see your screen now. At this point, I've got to the point on the indexer. Can you click one of those data that have been indexed? Now,
okay.
You now need to test your index, to ensure that those content is actually indexed for you, and you can get. Hello.
Hi.
So you need to get its index. Now, on index, there is a custom app on top of that. Before that, use a JSON to be able to sign. To help you to. Oh. Explorer.
No, I don't. I've not completed the process yet.
Okay, let me launch my stuff again here. I can easily get it back. But okay, Can they bring my screen back now? I'm resharing my screen now. Okay. Okay. So here you'll be able to test it using JSON. Now I can test my search by clicking on search, and I can create what we call a demo app. And the essence of the demo app is to enable me to have an interface that easily allow users to come in. And afterward, I can now connect to the Power BI. Here I can set it the thumbnail that I want. I click on the thumbnail that I want it all to be on thumbnail. So when they are looking for it, they can get it. I can describe the title. I can also give a description. Once I do that, I just create the demo. Once I create a demo app, the essence of the demo app is to enable me to search through my environment. So Deji, can you launch the one I just sent to you, the old one? Let's use it to look
Okay.
for the search.
I don't have it up, but please before I do that, can you go back to the search
Yeah,
and
that's
show
what
us how we can integrate
So
with
how do we
Power
integrate
BI?
with Power BI? You go to your monitoring, you look at the diagnosis setting. On the diagnosis setting, sorry for the internet issue, you have add diagnostic setting. So when you add it, you can take it from here.
So when you click on add diagnosis setting, it's going to ask you what exactly do you want to pick. I'm interested in the log. Select all log by the side there. All log. I'm interested in all metrics. Then we give it a name. So once we give it a name, the next thing we need to do is to select archive to a storage account. We'd love to drop this in a storage account. Please click on archive to a storage account. When you select archive to a storage account, then it will now ask you to select a storage account you have already provisioned on Azure. If you've not done any, the first thing you need to do is to provision a storage account, and that is all. Once you get this done, any activity that happens during the search will be sent to the log file. So now the next thing we need to do is to see how from Power BI how I can actually gain access to these log files. So let me drop the file that Sheyi sent to me so we can have the interface, and finally we can connect to this. So drop this on my desktop. I'm okay. Okay, so the next thing is, let me get my screen shared. Come on. Just a moment. I want to pull up my screen. Now let's share the screen. Okay, so share my screen. Just in the next 5 minutes, we'll be up. Good. So let's confirm you can see my screen. Please, I need a confirmation. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Now, this is its completed search work. Let me just say, look for star. Look for star means look for everything in that database, the real estate database. Now, imagine, look at the nice interface design without a single line of code. Now, I might be looking for something interesting. Can you give me only the flats apartment? Now, once I do this, it will give it to me. These are flat apartments. I want flat apartment. Even with wrong spelling, it will still try to understand what I'm trying to do. So I don't want, oh, what did I do? Go back. to my search. Can I see anything that has to do with that has pool, any flat with pool or any home with pool? Let me see if there's any home with pool. So these are the type of search we are talking about. Now, the next part we want you to quickly have an understanding of is this. By the time you expose this to your clients, your customers, and they are doing different search on your against your database, you want to know what exactly are they looking for? What how often did they come to that search engine? And is there anything they are looking for that I don't have at the moment? All these details, all I need to do is to get straight into Power BI. Now I have logged into my Power BI screen. This is my Power BI web service. Now with my Power BI web service, all I need to do is to come to app on Power BI web service. And I want to build an app. So from here, I will say get app. When you click on get app, it will bring up the Power BI apps. What type of app am I looking for? I'm looking for an app on cognitive, Azure Cognitive Search. Select it. Once you select this, it will come up to tell you all what you can do, the benefit of this. Now, what this app is trying to do, so get it now, this app is ready to connect itself to all the activity that happens on that search against your database. So I've clicked on it. Once I click on it, it will quickly install the app on your Power BI. Now I can install the app, but I already have it. So let me just install it, let it overwrite what I already have here. Click on install. So it's going to overwrite the previous one I have. So installing an app. 52. This must not get to 55 before I finish. Great. So go to the app you've just installed. As simple as that. This will give us deep insight. And no code, just connect to it. Now, with what we have here, it's telling me there are 362 searches and all those stuff. But this is not my database. This is sample database. You are viewing this app with sample data. Connect to the data that she just finished now. So he sent the parameters to me. So the it's just two major things I need. Number one, the storage account that will dump all the logs. So this the storage account is there. How many days activity am I interested in? 30 days. I might say I just need 10 days. It depends on you. 10. Great. So it depends on you. So the next thing is I hit next button. When I hit next button, it wants to be sure that I own that storage account. What is the key? So the key, Sheyi, you gave me the key, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Copy key. Copy. Come on. Paste. I have just a minute more. Sign in and show this to all of us. Let's see the beauty of what is happening on our search engine. So it's telling me refresh in progress. Is trying to pull this out. All the searches we've performed. And if I share the okay, good, this is done. It's telling me today we only had one search today. Good. And the past 30 days, we had 87 searches and 87 total. So by this side, it's telling me that look, these are the things people look for that is not in your database. People are looking for house with Raphael roof, house with what? With spa. So then go and see how you can maximize on this and all other interesting parameter from indexing into operations into service metrics. What are the things they are looking for and all other detail. So this is exactly 11:55. I would like to draw the curtain at this point. This is what you can pull out from the activity at the background and you can leverage on the search engine. So thank you very much. Hope you have questions for us.
Hey, oh, thank you so much, Mr. Deji and Mr. Sheyi. That was one interesting session. I think what blew my mind was when we came to the front end, and I'm like, wow, look at this beautiful interface we have here. And like you said, I think it's really good for businesses to use this. Like it showed the data so well that we could see everything that was in the sheet or database more pictorial form.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. There are no questions at the moment, but if you don't mind, we would appreciate if you could record it again so we can see the process because of the technical issues, and then you can share with the community. That would be so great, and we can watch it. I'm
Cool.
sure everybody
Cool.
wants to get this again. It was a really great
Cool.
session. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
All right. Okay. So we have 4 minutes break, and then we'll be coming back to the next session by Mr. Paul Oyemakinwa, deploying Azure landing zone and blueprints with Terraform. I hope you are interested in this one. We can't wait. So let's just take that break, 4 minutes, take some time, catch your breath, and be right back. Thank you. Bye. Hey, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the short break. We're so sorry that the breaks are short, but we hope you're learning. I think so. For this session, we'll be having Mr. Paul Oyemakinwa. Mr. Paul is an accomplished system administrator and an experienced network engineer with over a decade of ICT and telecommunication experience. Currently, he's a team lead, cloud platform, and application infrastructure in Rugby Business Solutions and Technology. I'll be handing over to Mr. Paul. Please, you can have the floor. Thank you. And today, like I said before, it will be taking us on Azure, deploying Azure landing zone and blueprint with Terraform. Mr. Paul, you can have the floor, please.
Okay, hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the part of the world. I believe you can hear me, right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. So today we will be talking about deployment of Azure landing zone blueprints and with Terraform. Sorry about these typo mistakes with Terraform also and with blueprints. So what are the agendas of today's event? One is to talk about the cloud adoption framework. The other is to talk about the Azure landing zone itself. We'll talk a little bit about Terraform with do a little demo, and we talk about pitfalls that people always falls into, especially for people that have deployed landing zones, and what are some pitfalls that they need to avoid. So what is the cloud adoption framework? So most times, some of us we've used Azure before, or we are new customers to Azure, and then we've deployed different resources like platforms as a service, app services, data factories, Key Vault, and at the end of the day, we begin to think of, okay, I should have actually implement security, into these things. I should have possibly have governance, into this infrastructure deployments that I do have, right? So, Microsoft now says, you could have a cloud adoption framework whereby Microsoft provides a form of a best practices and implementation guidance, for you to follow through. So, which means if you follow through these 6 layers of 6 stages of the cloud adoption framework, there is high chances that you're going to have an highly scalable and highly secured and governed environment. And what are some of these cloud adoption framework is you need to define your strategy, you need to plan, you need to be ready, you need to do your governance and management also. But I will be talking on just one of them because this could take a whole 1 week, talking about each and every one of them. But I'm just going to pick one of them. And the one I'm going to pick is the ready, and which part of the ready things that we have is the Azure landing zone. Now, so like I said, when you have your infrastructure, you have your platform as a service, sometimes it could be difficult, for you to fix issues, for you to possibly implement some set of like naming conventions. For instance, you have a kind of a naming that you've set for your platform or for your infrastructure, and possibly you needed to make changes to the name. Sometimes it could be very difficult and hard for you to make some changes, especially on Azure. So that is why sometimes you need to start strong. You need to implement security. You need to integrate security at the very start of your deployment. There is something about security framework on Azure that calls the shift left. So which means, instead of having your security being implemented towards the end of your deployment, you could have your security deployed at the early beginning of your deployment. So with that, you can have a stronger deployments for your environment. And also you can also have a policy baseline. So when you have a policy baseline, anybody that is going to be implementing or be deploying on the environment, will follow that same baseline that you've set. So these are some of the common things that we always want to deploy when we want to start first. We want to have a management group, naming convention, a tagging standard, and RBAC policies, and security requirements. Time might not permit me to start talking on one of them, each and every one of them. But in the cloud adoption framework, there are 2 major things that you need to look out for. So basically, when you are deploying on Azure, there are 3 ways you could have your Azure landing zone. You could have one on the core infrastructure itself. Let's say the core infrastructure is the the infrastructure you set on your subscription level, right? You can have the other one on the platform. So the platform could be the one you set on your, let's say, on your app service, for instance, or you set on your infrastructure, right? Now the third one is the application landing zone. So the application landing zone, you could have it set up like a monitoring on your environment. So you could have each of landing zones being created. You could even have a shared services. And the good thing about Azure Landing Zone is Azure Landing Zone provides form for everybody. Either you are a startup or you are just an enterprise organization. So you can decide, to do a cloud foundation, for, you just want to test it. How does it look like? I just only have one subscription. You can use that one subscription to create different resource groups, and then you can group it. Azure Landing Zone with the policies and all of that can help you group some of these resources into your resource groups, right? And if it's an enterprise organizations that have multiple subscriptions, you can have different subscriptions, for your identity, another subscription for networking, another subscription for your landing zone for the core, another one for the shared services. So you can have all of that, and Azure Landing Zone can help you bring all of them together in ensuring that you can have a well best practices in terms of how you deploy on Azure. And sometimes you can ask, okay, so I have a resources and I want to migrate, to Azure. How does it work also? Also, Azure Landing Zone also provides you to have a migration landing zone, to move your resources to Azure. And when you are moving it to Azure, it follows the best practices, in movement of your environment, your infrastructure to the cloud. And when it gets to the cloud, it has a kind of a form of a governance control, on everything you have been set up in the cloud. And also the landing zone is designed to scale, in security, in your governance, in your networking, and in your identity. So how do you get started? So for the readiness, these are the 5 steps that you need to look out for. You need to look at the readiness guide, which, like I said, your naming standard, your what's it called, your resource tags, and your resource management. And from the landing zone in the infrastructure level, you can begin to look at, okay, I want to deploy, let's say, a VNet, a firewall, a front door, and you can have all of this being deployed. And for identity also, begin to think of having landing zones for identity. And cost is a very major thing, in terms of how you want to manage your costing on Azure. You can also want to have a landing zone on costing also, whichever you could monitor your budget, you could analyze your cost, and at the same time you could optimize based on recommendations. And you could have different blueprints, on different resources. It could be on SAP, on VM, or web app, or DevOps, on IoT, anything you could think of. You could develop blueprints for them, and it follows through all of these guides that you set up at the beginning, of your deployments. Like I said, when you deploy your environment at the beginning and you're thinking of security and governance at the very end, sometimes it could be difficult to make some changes. But when you have some of the securities and this governance set up at the beginning, before setting up your subscription, when you begin to add them, you can as well, any resources you create can be managed with all these Azure policies and all of that. So what about Terraform? So sometimes, you don't want to set up all of your resources, manually. You don't want to do a click. You just need a script or something like a code that you could use, to ensure that this could run, and it could run in a form of way whereby you could repetitively use it, all the time. So you could use Terraform, which is an orchestration tool, that can be used to build, to change, to versioning your infrastructure. And these are some of the commands that you could run, like Terraform apply, to build and change your infrastructure, destroy to destroy, and get your modules and all of that, and remote, to connect to your remote stages. And one good thing about Terraform is for every deployment you make, it provides it state files, for you. And if you have any issues, you can always go back to the state file to do your kind of a check and on the errors. So let's go to the demo section. Just going to explain how to deploy it on the Azure policy, on the Azure platform, and we will look at the Terraform. On the Terraform, I'm currently running a deployment, and hopefully it will have been done by now. Then we'll look at it on how it works on Terraform. I'm going to reshare my screen again. Please let me know when you can see it. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen. Just hold on 1 minute. So can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Let me know if you can see my screen. Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
it's visible.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we will be talking about how do you deploy this on Azure. So like I said, before starting up your infrastructure, you want to set it up in such a way whereby you have your security being set up first, or your Azure policies, your governance, being set up at the beginning of your setup before deploying any resources. So on Azure, how do you get started? So you could go to Blueprints, and I could click on Blueprints just that way. Simple as that. So when you go to Blueprints, you have two major things. One is the blueprint definition and assigning your blueprints. So I come to create, which is creation of my blueprints. So from the creation of my blueprints, you could see I have different blueprints here. So in these different blueprints, I have one for the CAF migration landing zone. So like I said, let's say you want to migrate your resources to Azure, for instance, and you wanted to implement the best practices, from the Microsoft standard on how to migrate. You could make use of this CAF migration landing zone. But for the beginning, let's say you just want to start fresh to Azure, it's good to start with this CAF foundation. So I'm going to click on CAF foundation. So clicking on the Cloud Foundation, it's asking me for a blueprint name. So I could say something like Azure Niger Blueprints, something like that. Okay, so and I could have my location. So in this location, I could have a management group, and then I could have different subscriptions. So for this, I just only have one subscription. So, but if you have multiple subscriptions, you could set up to create a management group, and then you could specify if you want to use the management group or you want to pick just only one subscription. So in this instance, I'm just going to pick just one subscription because I only have just one subscription. So I'm going to select. So I'm going to have it here, and I'm going to go to artifact. So artifact here is where the major work is, right? So in this artifact here, you see two major things here, or three things. One is the artifact type, which is the policy assignment, which is, for every policy you want to set, what do you want your policies to look like? Other core infrastructure, you could have this kind of policies. You could have an Azure RM template. So let's say you have a template for deployment of a web app, right? So you could can create an ARM template, right? And then put it in there. And then you can also have a resource group. So in this instance, I have a resource group created for me. I have a resource group for networking, resource group for identity service, resource group for first application, for shared services, and I have the one for the subscription. So the way it's been laid out is any of the policies that you see there affects the subscription level, and any of the policies I set there or artifacts I set here, is take effect on these resource groups. But how do I got to do about this? Now, there is one thing here that says allow location. For instance, I don't want people to just pick any locations, to deploy their resources. I could say, yes, I want them to only deploy in UK South and let me pick one more location in UK, let's say UK South, and I'm just going to pick any location, right? West US, something like that. So that's it. So when I say save, it's going to tell me, at the end of when saving my draft and assigning it, I can, it's going to provide that two location for me. So, which means anybody that is going to be deploying apart from these two locations, they can deploy, because that is what I've said. You can also specify your skills for your storage account. So if you know them, you put in there for your for your virtual machine skills also, you can put in there. So you could do a lot of things there. And also you can also add more artifacts. So you could come here and add more policies, which you have specified on the Azure policy, set it up. I could have different policy definition. I could say, okay, I don't want my storage keys, account key should be expired. I could come here, then add it to the list. So you could, make changes to all of these things in the way it is. And I could come to my resource group also. I have under my shared services, I have my key vault and I have my log analytics, which is two very important things you need to have. This is for managing your keys and your secret and your certificates, and the log analytics is for you to be able to get your logs being sent to a central place, and you could use custos queries to pull it out, and then you could also connect it to Azure Sentinel, to give you a good graphical view of it. And if you have a third-party solution, you could link your log analytics to it using Event Hub, to link to it, and then you could have a view of all of the resources on Azure on your third-party monitoring system. So it's a very good thing you need to have in your environment. But I can also set up my resource for networking. For networking, I could have, let's say, my virtual network. So I could come to an ARM template. I could put in my ARM templates that I've set up for virtual network, put it in, and that's it. So what I'm going to do is, after all of this is completed, I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to save draft. So after saving the draft, it's going to come up on my other side. While this is ongoing, now Microsoft has made it easier for us also, to make use of landing zones. So instead of you doing all of this one by one, there is something called an Azure Landing Zone Accelerator. So I can share the link for you. So you could just type this on your browser, Azure Landing Zone Accelerator. So when you go to the first page here, you're going to see talking about the Azure Landing Zone Accelerator and deploys to Azure. So clicking this button is going to deploy to Azure directly. So what advantage does this provide? So the advantage it provides is it gives you all the levels of information you need, all the first level of information you need, from core setup, to your platform, to your DevOps automation, to your network topology, to your identity, and to your landing zone configuration. So you could set it up in such a way. Now, when I see this error, so this error that I'm saying is because this subscription doesn't have an owner right, to this tenant. So, but if it does have, I can come here and set up my, I could create a management group prefix, and then I could connect this to my platform DevOps if I want to. I could click yes, okay, and I could give a GitHub action, give a name, and my GitHub name and action, set up a service principal, and all of that. So when all of this is completed, you can click review and create, boom, 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 and that's it. So this is a much more faster way to have your landing zone deployed. But this is going to deploy it from the very start to the end. But this is going to be the one I was showing is the one you deploy at the very start of your deployments. So this, like I said, it has created a blueprint for me. I'm going to see a draft of it, which is going to be this. Yes, this draft. Now I can assign it or publish it. Yeah. So I could publish it and say, let's say I want to give it just the version 1.0. I could give a change note if I want to, and then I'm going to publish. So publishing it, I'm going to then be able to assign it. So I'm going to be able to assign this policy. So all of these policies that I have, will be assigned. So I could say assigned and specify which subscription. Now you notice something here, that the subscription here is only just picking, is only tagged to that subscription. And the reason is because I don't have multiple subscriptions. So if I have multiple subscriptions and I have a management group, the landing zone, the landing zone being connected to the management group, I can have a toggle to pick any of the subscriptions. I could set the name, which locations, and I could go ahead with this. So with this, I could say, okay, which Azure resources do I want to build it in? So I normally pick UK South. So UK South, and then going to ask me some other informations. So it's as simple as just look at it, which VM skill do you want me to allow? So I can say, I just want to be able to deploy standard B1.1S because it's cheap. Any of the Bs and the As, I could say I want to pick them because they are cheap. So I could also say, I want a tag. So any of my resources should be tagged with Azure. You can make all of these changes and assign. So as you assign, it's going to deploy all of these services for you on Azure. Now, that is how to work with it on the Azure platform. But how does it work with the use of Terraform? So in the use of Terraform, to get started, you want to go to the Terraform registry. So there is a Terraform registry that Terraform maintains. It's a code base that Terraform maintains. So you can go to the Terraform registry and just type Azure CAF, as simple as that. Azure CAF, which is the Cloud Adoption Framework. So I click on this, and I'm going to get this platform to say this is what I do have. So from here, I can come here to the Cloud Adoption Framework, the Cloud Framework, and I have different modules. So I want to pick the CAF module, So from the CAF module here, I could see my modules. My modules here is in version 5.58, and then I can have different sub modules. So you could say on different sub modules, I have certificates, diagnostics, users, and all of that. But also this, you can connect it to GitHub. It connects directly to GitHub. But to get started on what's it called, on DevOps, on the VS Code, you needed something called a platform starter. A platform starter provides that form for you, for you to have all of the commands, all of the prerequisites being configured for you at the very beginning. So instead of you trying to see how do I download the Terraform, how do I get the modules, how do I get all of these things that I needed, you could have something like a platform starter, which provides a form of leverage for you to containerize all of these things for you. To have all of these things containerized for you. So I'm going to go to the landing zone platform starter. I'm going to click the first one. So what you need to do is to clone this. You're going to clone this repository. So when you clone this, you're going to be getting something similar to my screen I will be sharing, and this is going to be going to the close of my section in case there are any questions. Okay, just going to share my screen again. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm looking for my VS Code. Where's my VS Code? Where are you? Okay, so let me just share my screen. I think my VS Code, I can see it on the screen. So I believe you can see my screen. So if yes, so when you deploy the kit, when you deploy the platform starter, you're going to have this setup for you. You're going to have this set up for you now. But before you could run this, you need 3 things. You need your Git, you need your Docker desktop, which I have on my system and is running. So if I check my Docker desktop here, you could see my Docker desktop is currently running. 1 minute. It's currently running. Yeah, currently running. And then I need to have my VS Code, which is this. Now, when you run this, your SSH to the command that I provided earlier, which is the platform starter, is going to give you all of this code. So what you need to do is to right click on this this button, and you're going to see open this folder in container. So when you open this folder in container, it's going to deploy all of the services for you on Azure or on the Docker container. So mine is still ongoing. You could see I have 1.2 out of 12.25. It has been really pretty very slow. But as soon as this is completed, the only thing I just need to do, is to create a main TF, which is the Terraform TF here, and then I'm going to specify the provider, which is Terraform, and set up my data, which I will have set up, when I was trying to do my AZ subscription set to a subscription ID. So this will automatically pick it. Then I'm going to have my enterprise scale, which is this version. So this version currently is 2.1 from the current latest module 2.1, and then I can set my root IDs, which is this, and my root name, which is this, and have my management resources deployed and set my subscription being deployed. So as soon as I have all of these things set up, I can run just 3 codes. One is I'm going to run a Terraform init, which is a command I need to run first to initialize my Terraform state, and then I need to have a Terraform plan, and then have a Terraform apply. So when I have a Terraform apply, it's going to apply all of this into my subscription. So applying to my subscription, it has policies in there. I'm also going to show us a typical example of one example that I have here. As soon as this is done, you're going to be having something similar to this. Yes, something similar to having your resources in this, having your management group, and then having your resources deployed in the management group. So that is all about how to deploy the landing zone on your blueprints at the same time on Terraform. So I don't know if I have questions. Do I have questions? Any questions? Oh, is anybody hearing me? Hello?
Yeah, Paul, we can hear you.
Hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's about it. So I don't know if there are questions, but I'm just going to go back to my screen. I think I do have one more thing to present before we do round up. Just 1 minute. Where's my screen? Okay, I'm just going to have all of this deployed, have it here, so we can make it faster. So I'm going to go back to my page, which is my slide. Sorry about that. Okay, so what are some of the pitfalls in designing landing zone? I believe you can see my screen again. Yes.
I know, Paul. We cannot see your screen at the moment. Just
Okay. Let me reshare my screen. I'm going to reshare my entire. But let me know if you can see this my screen. Can you?
Yeah, we can see it now. Yep.
Okay, cool. So I believe you can see the pitfall consideration, right, in designing landing zones. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, you can see that.
Okay, cool. So what are some of the pitfall considerations? So for some of us that have deployed landing zones, or possibly we're thinking of deploying landing zones, so there are some pitfalls that people always fall into when designing their landing zones. One is the security standard non-compliance. So people always want to set security standards, to have resources being deployed, or sorry, to have security, being deployed before having your resources. But sometimes, some of these things are not compliant, right? So you need to, when considering building your landing zone, having a governance of it, in the security, you need to ensure that these are a set of policies that people can comply to. Well, if people cannot comply to it, you can set up a kind of an enforcement, on those policies, so that people follows, those kind of security standards, before deploying to your environment. The other one is naming inconsistencies. Different pitfalls when designing your landing zone is to look at naming inconsistencies. You want to set your policies to have a naming convention. So when you have a naming convention, it will be easier for you to manage the cost. It will be easier for you to even check out some services, to check out some resources in there. In instances, you have tons of resources on the platform. The other is the lack of RBAC. So for most organizations, they do have issues with RBAC. Microsoft provides, so Azure provides three major services, or three core RBAC roles, which is the owner, contributor, and the reader. But these three are not enough, right, to give to everyone. Sometimes you need to create a custom RBAC rule or roles for people, and sometimes you need to pick some specific RBAC roles, for users to be able to manage their resources, instead of giving them an owner right, or a contributor right, or a reader right. The other pitfalls that people always fall into when designing landing zones, or if it's not properly designed, is the performance and latency issues. Like we all know, for every locations, the Azure data centers are in different locations, and some of these locations are closer to us than each other. You want to make sure that you're able to create your resources, in areas that is very, very close to your country or your region, or region pair. So Microsoft also has some kind of a region pair, whereby you have different two data center or three data centers, being interconnected together. So which means if you have your resources, being connected to, let's say, Dubai, for instance, you can still have the same replica of it in South Africa. So you need to look at the performance and the latencies before saying yes, I want to pick these regions on my policies before creating my landing zone. The other is the risk breach and data loss. So that's why we talked about having some kind of a security around your data itself. You can have information protection, you could have conditional access, you can have MFA being set up to avoid risk of breach and data losses. And also, if all of these things is not being implemented properly, you could have issues in governance, you could have issues in managing costs, you can have issues in your management of your resources, and it could be a lot of effort after you've created your resources and you're trying to make amendment, try to create a governance around it, or try to create a security around it. It could be extremely very difficult, especially when you have a large amount of resources. Extremely difficult for you to implement landing zone after you've implemented your resources. So it's good, and the best way is to have your landing zone being deployed. It's kind of you setting up a platform, or setting up a layout, for every other infrastructure to lay on it. So with that, it will be easier for you, to manage your environment and your infrastructure. So that is all from me on this section. So I don't know if there are any questions from you. But I want to say thank you very much, everyone, for listening, and thank you for connecting to us at the Global Azure Nigeria Conference and Bootcamp. Thank you. So I don't know if I have questions.
Yeah, there is one question. The time is up, but if you can wrap this up real quick. There's a question about can we add a custom blueprint policy?
Absolutely, yes. You can add a custom blueprint policies. So if you have a policy, let me see if I could quickly share that. But the first step you could do is go to your Azure policy first, create your custom Azure policies. After creating your custom Azure policies, so when you go to your blueprint, you can apply that Azure policies into your blueprints, right? So you can apply it to your resource group, or you apply it to your subscription if you want to. Yes, but it's very possible.
Wow, that's lovely. Thank you very much. It's quite kind of amazing the way you've run through the whole session. I've really learned a lot, and I believe the audience have too. So, Paul, once again, thank you for such a wonderful session, and hopefully we'll see you in the upcoming event as well.
Thank you very much, Kofi, for
All right.
having me.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll have our lunch break now. So it's going to be for half an hour. So from now till 1 p.m., we just going to have a break. And once we come back, we have Azure Fundamentals and also Microsoft 365 Fundamentals by Oluwafemi. So I hope you guys will join us on that session as well. All right.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. If you just stay with me, we can run from here and we can disappear and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me. A sign of I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me. Hold on to me. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, yeah. Did it die. Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die. Wait. Did it die. Wait. Did it die? Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of hesitation. Doesn't mean I lost my soul. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. it die? Yeah. Did it die? Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die? Wait. Did it die? Wait. Did it die? Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Oh, wait, I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our session. We do apologize for the delay. We're having a bit of issue with our next guest, so he might not be around. So, what we will do now is that we're just going to take over. I'll take over the session going forward. We will see when he joins in, then he will take it over from me. So, just going to share my screens one more. 1 second. All right, so we got Oluwa on the line now, so I'm just going to bring him in. 1 moment. Oh, hello, Femi. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Sir Kofi.
Yeah,
I
it's
hope
been
I
a
got that
while.
right.
Yeah. So before we start, like I said, I do apologize for the delay with this session. We thank you for joining the morning one. This afternoon, I'm going to be your moderator for the day, and
Okay.
just to let you know, if you have any questions, make sure you ask the question through the YouTube chat, and also you can also go to our website, and then we have content ads there. You can use that one to also ask questions if after the session. And bear in mind that this session is also on demand. It's being recorded onto YouTube. So after the session, if there are certain things you want to go over, you can easily go over through the video. So this will be a perfect time for you to probably add this to your playlist so that you can actually go over these sessions. There's a lot we are going to go through. So I hope you guys are excited as I am. So without any further ado, I will bring you our next speaker is already here, Oluwafemi. He is very good and cloud services and also Office 365. So he's going to walk us through all those sort of like a fundamental aspect of those. So I'll pass over to him for him to introduce himself to us. Femi, over to you now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello. Let me share my screen. Hello. I hope you can hear me. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Sorry about that. Okay. I don't know if anybody can hear me, but if you can hear me, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. My name is Oluwafemi Akinfewa, and I'm actually a Microsoft certified trainer and also an CE. And also, I work with Macintosh Consulting. You can check out the link. Basically, okay, this is just a picture of me. So I guess this is my first time of doing this. So I appreciate all the positive feedback. So basically, I'll be talking about Microsoft 365 fundamentals. Okay. And, just for the beginners, because we've been getting a high overview of the various speaker, and I want to appreciate everyone and even the organizer for this opportunity. Okay, so basically a general overview of what we are going to have today. We are going to majorly look so also sorry about that. Am I audible? Okay, let me
Yes,
go
you are
on
loud
and
and
share my
clear.
screen. Okay, so let me go back. So as I was saying, we'll be looking at the fundamental one. Okay, so we'll be looking at what is cloud computing. We're looking at the Azure services, the Microsoft, what is Microsoft 365, a general overview. We'll also be looking at the Microsoft 365 core services. Okay, so basically, I am sure this is not the first time we've been hearing about, you know, how will I put it? Cloud computing. We've been hearing so much about cloud computing. And when we talk about cloud computing basically has to do with, having access to computing resources in the cloud. As a user via the internet, you are able to access resources in the cloud. And the cloud computing has a lot of benefits. And I'm sure we've been able, to actually see some of these benefits, especially during the COVID-19. And even apart from that, I think as a result of this remote job, we're able to understand the importance of cloud benefit. And some of the importance of cloud benefit include saving, efficiency, accessibility, opportunity, flexibility, and innovation. I'll just pick few of them and talk about them. Now, when you talk about, flexibility and or probably let me start with accessibility. When you probably have an idea or probably a startup, you want to start up your own organization, you think of all the necessary resources you are supposed to have at the background, probably maybe getting an office, equipping it, and getting all the pieces and every other thing. You discover that the upfront cost could be a huge one for you. Okay, but basically you discover that with the cloud computing, you can access all these things. You necessarily don't need to have an office before you can probably deploy your application. Okay, and one good thing about is, which we are still going to see, is the ability of, you pay as you are using it. There's no upfront cost. Okay, and one thing is probably you are trying to test out some equipment and things are not working. You can easily, just delete the whole VM or virtual machine and start all over again. So there's this flexibility, and it also give room for innovation. Okay, for you to make use of any resources you want to have. And looking at the state of the nation now, you discover that in terms of power source, but with cloud computing, you don't have to have that fear that is your machine or your server or whatsoever is going to have a downtime. The provider or the cloud provider, they take care or they handle all those ones for you. So those are just some of the benefits of this cloud computing. And you'll see a link at the top of the slide, and the link is basically the part which I'm still going to talk about for the fundamental. Now, when we talk about Azure, okay, Azure is actually the Microsoft cloud computing platform. We have various cloud computing platform. We have the AWS, that's the Amazon Web Services. We have the GCP, that's the Microsoft, the Google Cloud platform. But here we're focusing on Azure, which is the Microsoft, their own cloud computing platform. And when you talk about Azure, okay, it actually supports three major type of services. Okay, we have what is known as the infrastructure as a service. We have what is known as the platform as a service, and we have what is known as the software as a service. Okay, let me just give a general or a brief or simple analogy that could make this particular one stick, because I want to believe I'm talking to those that are new or probably not the gurus among us. Now, so when you talk about infrastructure as a service, what comes readily to mind, or a good analogy I can use in this scenario, is when you buy a car. So when you buy a car, you take care of most of the, apart from the warranty, you take care of most of it. Okay. Now, but when you talk about platform as a service, is like you hiring a car. you make use of it for a while. So during that process, you are making use of it. You are the one that will be in charge. And software as a service, okay, software as a service, basically, it has to do with, let me say, you ordering for maybe Uber or Bolt, okay? The driver comes with the car to pick you up. So you only pay for the ride, okay? Now, basically, when we are talking about these three different model, that the infrastructure as a service, IaaS, platform as a service, and software as a service. So within the Microsoft Azure, most of the resources, okay, you will be using fall within these three categories, either infrastructure as a service, either as platform as a service, or as software as a service. And the resources you could be using within these three deployment model could be either analytical, virtual computing, storage, networking, and so many more. Okay, now this is a general overview of the Azure product. Now, when you talking about the Azure product, the truth is you have, let me say, 18 category and over 200 different services. And one good thing is, even if there is one that is not presently available, you can be rest assured that Microsoft Azure is working on it to bring it into existence. Let me put it that way. So you could, I've said something about the platform services. That's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So from my screen, you will discover that you have the services that fall under the platform as a service. You have the one that falls under infrastructure as a service, okay, and you have the one that falls. These are the various services. We will be looking at some of them briefly. Okay. Okay. Let me go back. Let me take a now. So when you talk about this, you have I said you have about 18 different categories. You have the compute, you have the storage, you have the networking, you have the IoT, that's Internet of Things, and so many more, so many more. And the good thing is, let me just put it this way: you have to just take it gradually. Find your niche where you want to, focus on it, and as you are progressing, you discover that you become an expert, because it is not something you can just get a deep understanding of the whole services or products at a go, but you need to start gradually. Okay, so this is why I've decided to talk about the fundamental aspect of the Azure. Now, for the Microsoft Azure, okay, you definitely have you have different ways by which you can access it, okay, and one of it is the Azure portal. Okay, so let me see if I can quickly show us that. I want to give us a hand on. Okay, so this is the Azure portal. So, and one way of providing or deploying resource way. So one way of doing that is through this Azure portal. So you can use the Azure portal to deploy your resources, and you can also use what is known as your PowerShell, and you also have what they call the CLI, that's the command line interface. These are different ways you can use for deploying of your Azure resources. So let me just give us a brief walk around or a brief tour of the Azure platform. Okay, so this is before the end of this class. Okay, I'm going to just show us how to go about it in order to become better with this. So this is the interface, and one good thing is I can guarantee you that hopefully in a week's time or even few days time, the interface will change, because they are always working on it. So definitely, so if you go to all services, if you click all services, it will give you all the various services. So I'm waiting for it to come up. Okay, so on the left hand here, you have, okay, good. So for the all services, I told you, you have the compute category, you have the networking category, you have the storage category, you have the web, the mobile, the container, the database, the analytics, the Internet of Things. Okay, so let me just touch base on just some of them. Now, when we talk about the compute, okay, the compute, a good example on the compute is your virtual machine, okay. For those of that, you probably have an idea of what a virtual box, okay, or Hyper-V, you will definitely have an idea of what the virtual machine is all about. Now, it has to do with you provisioning a PC remotely, which could either be Windows based or a Linux based, and you can, while deploying it, you can, the different configuration that suits you, the different configuration that suits you, okay, you can actually do them. You can choose in terms of maybe the RAM, in terms of the RAM, in terms of the processor, in terms of the memory, because that is one of the advantage of cloud computing. You can always, pick your specification. And one good thing is you only pay for it as long as you are using it, or while you are actually using it. Okay. So the next one I actually want to talk about, again, another category, is your networking. You discover that Azure has actually, how will I put it? Azure has it has made life easier. So for people with networking background, you discover that you most of these are now, more like software kind of, okay, and you can always get this and implement them. So when you talk about the virtual network, it has to do with you, securing your resources, creating an environment, for your resources, in terms of how they are connected together. Okay, so within the networking category, you have the virtual network, you have the load balancer, you have the network interface, so many more, even your DNS zone. Okay, you also have the IP, okay, and so many more. Now, when you talk about the storage, I'm just trying to give us an overview of the Azure services. Okay, so when you talk about the storage, okay, you have the storage account, and under storage is just the storage is basically, it could be, you have the file, you have the blob storage, you have the tables, you have the queues. Okay, so let's go back to our presentation. Okay, so that is the, I've just shown us, a brief walk around the Azure portal, okay, which, and I've actually done this one too. Okay, okay, before I do that, before I move on to this other side, now one thing you should understand is the different categories, they are applicable. Even as a database administrator, there is space, or let me say, there is opening for you when it comes to Azure portal, because within the Azure portal, you also have, you can, deploy your database, okay, either those from the Microsoft environment, or even, others like your MySQL and every other one too. So if you go to the database, you'll see that you have a lot of them. Okay, so one other thing, now, what are some of the skills you can also get? What are some of the skills you can acquire once you make up your mind, rather, that you want to go the Azure way? Okay, now, apart from having the skill sets within the Azure workspace, within the Microsoft Azure, okay, it gives you, or it's also, you have the knowledge when it comes to cloud networking. Okay, and one thing I can say categorically is this: you discover that having one particular skill set in, when it comes to maybe a particular cloud platform such as Azure, okay, it gives you that opportunity also to be able, it provides you the opportunity to be, it makes it easier for you to be able to switch into any other cloud environment, probably like maybe the AWS, okay, AWS, environment. And one thing is, you'll be familiar with the cloud services, you'll be familiar with cloud storage, and you also be familiar with the virtualization technology. Okay, maybe let me just quickly do this. Let me spin up a VM for us to see. So in order to do that, okay, you just go to, you can bring it up from here, or you can come to this global search and just type your virtual machine. Okay. Once you click that, click on this. Now, I want you to understand that what we are doing here is general overview. Okay. Basically, towards the end, I'm going to shed more light on how to, get a firm knowledge, a better understanding of just the few things I've said, either from Microsoft Learn. Okay. So once you come to the virtual machine, if you click on create, so you have different types of virtual machine you can create. So we'll just go with the easy one. So let's click on this. So, okay, so when you click on create, so let's wait for it. There's this concept of what is known as a resource group. A resource group is a container for, keeping all your different resources that you are going to be creating. So if you don't have this, if you don't have any existing one, you can just create one, okay, and you give it a name. So once you do that, okay, so what do I want to call I can call it my VM demo. That's the name I want to give it. So here you choose a region. Okay, your region is which particular area you want it to be deployed. So let me stick with East US. Okay, the availability zone in a region, you have what is called the availability zone. That is where your data center is. Okay, so for this one, I'll just stick with, let me just stick with that. Let me just one availability, one zone one. So you have different options from which you can pick. Okay, what types of security do I want the security to be standard or whatsoever? So we'll just keep it simple. So here now you now decide what kind of virtual machine do you want to spin up. Do you want an Ubuntu server? If you click on this, you discover that you have different types of machine which you can, spin up. Okay, let's just go with the latest one. That's Ubuntu server 2010. Okay, the spot instance will not go into that. So if you look at this now, the size, remember I said one major advantage of the cloud computing is you can decide the size and how fast in terms of the processor, the memory. So when you come to this place, basically now this is the default that I've been choosing. Okay, and in terms of the virtual CPU, this one has just 2. So if you want to give it a 4 virtual CPU, if you want the RAM, okay, the one I'm using is 8. So if you want to increase it to 16, okay, so it depends on you. So it depends on what you want. It depends on what you want to pay for. So I'll just stick with this one. Okay, so now you can either decide you want to maybe secure shell, or you want to just sign in with your password. You want to do with the password, I can just take let me create the admin for this. Let me say admin 2022. So let me put the password. Okay, it's minimum. Okay, put it from 2. Okay. So let me just go on. Okay, next. So, okay. So this is, you now decide the kind of hard disk you want. Do you want a premium SSD? Do you want a standard SSD? I'll just go for the standard HDD. Okay. Since this is just a demo. Okay. So let me just go on. Let me just create and review. Let me create, since this is just a demo, so we can move on with the other ones. Okay, we'll come back to it while we are waiting for it to be.
Yeah, for me, the time is up as well.
Of course I am. I'm
so if you can work.
Okay, no problem. Let me quickly do that. Thank you. Okay, now we've talked about this. So let me quickly go to the Microsoft 365. Now, one other thing remember I said something about the infrastructure as a platform, as a service rather. We talked about software as a service. So Microsoft 365 is actually Microsoft when you talk about the software as a service. Okay, when you are talking about the software as a service here, let me just move to that. Okay, so we're actually in the era of whereby you get your CD, you install it on your system, but Microsoft have gone cloud computing has taken that out of it. So now you have what they call the Microsoft 365, which was formerly from Office 365. But Microsoft 365 is like an embodiment of other services. When you talk about your Microsoft Teams, you talk about your SharePoint and every other thing. Okay, now within, I would have loved to just take you on a tour of it, but because of time. Now, this is how your admin portal for the Microsoft 365 admin looks like. Okay, so there you have the security, the compliance, the endpoint manager, the Azure Active Directory. Okay, and some of the core services for Microsoft 365, they include your SharePoint Online, you have your Microsoft Team, you have your endpoint manager, you have your Windows 10 Enterprise, and your Microsoft 365, which your Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and the rest. Okay, I will have loved to go into this, but because of the time factor, and you have different subscription depending on what you want to. I said, it's a software as a service, so it is subscription based. Okay, you have for the education, you have for the government, you have for the business that's within 300 and smaller organization, while you also have the enterprise subscription. So depending on what you want, you have various plans that are suitable for your organization. And for the Microsoft 365, okay, you have the cloud services knowledge, you have the Office 365, the team, you can operate as a team administrator, even an exchange administrator when you have all these skills. Now, let me just conclude. One good thing about Microsoft Azure is that you can always start free. You can even write the fundamental exam free. Okay, and when you want to practice, there's an opportunity or an opening. Okay, all you need to do is go to the Azure portal, you register for free, and you get $200 for the first 30 days. But you will need your credit card just to confirm that okay, this account is real. And even after that, you still have some free products you can make good use of. Okay, and also for the Microsoft 365 trial account, okay, you can also have a trial account and you check out all this sub I've actually talked about. Okay, all you need to just go to your Google search. Okay, just search for Office 365 E5 trial account and just follow suit. And this one, it will not even ask you for your credit card, and you can get the admin portal. And the essence of this Azure account and this Microsoft 365 is that you can actually learn. You can go to the Microsoft Learn, and one good thing about Microsoft is that if you are doing it for the first time, as in your account is the first one, you get what is called a sandbox, okay, whereby you can practice all these things. When you go to Microsoft Learn, as you are learning, you get a sandbox which will spin up all these Azure resources. You can follow the step and practice without them charging you for it if you don't want to use your subscription. Okay, I hope I've been able to pass a few points across. So I want to appreciate the organizer for this wonderful opportunity. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Femi. Yeah, just wonderful session. I definitely learned a lot, and I believe the audience too will learn a lot from this session. It's quite unfortunate that the time factor is an issue because of the limited time we have. But yeah, thank you. And so we'll have our next session in the next 3 minutes. I do apologize, we couldn't have a lengthy break, but in the next 3 minutes, we'll have Raphael will come on and he will go through how to manage your Azure cloud asset with Cloud Query. Right. So we will see you in 3 minutes.
broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad that you're all here. We can see that a lot of people are joining as time keep going. Unfortunately, this short break, we want you to definitely have the information that we want to deliver. That's why we want to make sure the time we keep it up to the time. So we do apologize for this short break. So we have how to manage your Azure cloud asset with Cloud Query, and this is going to be delivered by Raphael Gab-Momoh. Raphael is one of the guys that do the organization of all these sessions. So he is one of the people we definitely look up to, and we are definitely looking out for his session. So I'll bring Raphael to the screen so he can introduce himself and take over from me. Raphael, how are you doing today, sir? Can you hear me? Yeah, it seems we have some technical difficulties. Just 1 second. Raphael, your volume doesn't seem to be coming through. Can you check your mic?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh,
Hello?
yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. All right, so once again, thank you for organizing this event. And
yeah, my network, my internet is.
Oh, you're having internet connection issues?
Terrible issues. Like I can't even send my slide over, but.
Oh, I see. So I think we should be able to manage. So how are you going? What do you like to do? You want to send it over to me so I can share it on the screen, or?
I didn't hear you clearly, Sir Kofi. What did you say?
Do you want to send over the slide to me so I can share that on the screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to send it over. I'm trying, but my computer is hanging and my internet is.
Oh, I see.
Shit, what do I do? I'm trying to send it over. Share. Just give me a minute or two.
Okay. So guys, we're having a slight difficulties in getting the slide. So just give it a few minutes and it should be ready to go.
Sakofi, can I share from my computer?
Yeah, you should be able to. So
without sending it over,
yeah.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Because sending it is giving me an issue.
Sure. So if you click on the plus source icon, you should then have the, or actually not that one. There is an option, I think the third option from the left, that have a screen sharing.
Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it. Okay, so sharing though. Okay, good. Okay.
All right. I can see your slides now. I'll throw that on the screen.
Okay. So I hope the internet will be kind to me. For no reason, today the internet started misbehaving. It does not used to be like this before.
I know. So at the moment, it seems to be a black screen.
Coming up, just give me a few minutes.
Still loading.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry, guys. This is so heartbreaking.
Have you
okay, so while the file is loading, I'm gonna be
All right, guys, we do apologize for this. I'm just going to see if I can reach out to Raphael and get this one going. Just 1 second. Okay, right. So we do apologize. We do have Raphael back. Raphael, are we good to go now? Yeah, he's still having some technical difficulties. Just bear me 1 second. I'll be with you shortly. All right, guys. So Raphael is back. So let's see if this will work. If not, then we will have to postpone this session. Okay. Raphael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is my screen showing now?
Yeah, I can share your screen now. All right. Yeah, your screen is up on the screen.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I don't need any introduction because Sakofi has rightly said everything. So I think we only have. So we only.
Yeah, we're still having difficulties. Yeah, so what probably we will do in this, since there's a technical issue going on from Raphael's side, we might have to postpone this So just bear with me 1 second. We'll be with you shortly.
Hello,
Raphael, can you hear me?
Is it still breaking?
Yeah, it's still breaking up. Yeah.
Okay, let's cancel it. Let's cancel it.
Let's cancel. Okay.
How about
let's
if we switch? How about if we switch off the camera? Does that help with your network, Raphael? So just switch off the camera and just share the sound.
Let me try. Is it better now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so sorry guys, the time is almost gone. I really don't know what happened, but I'll try to be brief to pass at least the key point of what my session is supposed to be about. Okay, so before I continue, there are a few important concepts I would like us to keep in mind. One of them is cloud asset management, and the other one is FinOps. To start with, what is cloud asset management? Cloud asset management is a method by which remotely deployed cloud infrastructure and resources. Guys, we're in 2022. A few years back, 10 years ago, every company would need to have a place, a building where they would house their databases, their servers and all that. But as we speak, we don't need to do that anymore because we're in 2022. And so we don't need to do that anymore. So the dynamics about running a business has really changed over time. So because of the high rise of digital transformation and adoption of cloud technology, IT assets like virtual machines that used to be on premise are now on the cloud. So this has increased very high stake for departments because like my boss wants to see what's on ground, what the bosses want to know what is on ground at every point in time. So just imagine your company is multi-cloud, you have access in GCP, you have access in AWS, you have access in Azure. To start, running around and checking everything will be a hassle. So that's why it is very important to have a tool that will give you visibility into your cloud estate. This tool actually gives you visibility into your cloud estate, and that visibility actually enables the FinOps teams to do their work accurately, enable the CTOs like Oga David to be able to talk with confidence because he knows all the front facing load balancers. He knows how many databases the team has deployed in. So they would not make they will not be what do they call it? They will not be guesses. So anything you do would be with accuracy. So now, as an infrastructure person working with cloud, most of the times you deploy results. You will have infrastructure as a service. You also have platform as a service. When you run your workload using either of these, you'll have your workload out there. So and you really need to know what is on ground, what resources are on ground. So that's why we cannot push these away. So if you're planning to really step out from the basic and really go in depth into what we do in the cloud, you really need to listen to me and start working on this. So I made mention of cloud asset management, and I described why it is important. I described why it is important. Also, I also lightly in the second slide talked about FinOps. So FinOps is a cultural practice where teams, it's a way for teams to manage their cloud assets. So everyone takes ownership of their cloud usage, supported by a central best practice group. But the truth about it is, to make their work easy, they need to know what is there. So the tool I'm going to be working on today and sharing with you will help make your life easy with regards to that visibility. Okay, so now the tool is called Cloud Query. So Cloud Query is open source, so it's not a proprietary tool. So it's open source, and it enables you to assess, audit, and evaluate the configuration of your cloud assets. So our main focus for the remaining minutes that we have is I'll briefly talk about how to use Cloud Query to gain visibility into Azure so that Azure assets can be managed accordingly. From the look of things, I don't have that time anymore to really go deep into the labs, the demo for us. But I hope that still with the talk, you'll be able to gain a thing or two. So, Sakofi, do I have any problem? Can you hear me? Hello, Sakofi.
Yeah, Raphael.
Yeah, let's cut it. The internet. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So you're all good to go.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I was already cut off again.
Oh no, it's all okay now.
I'll continue.
All right, go for it.
Okay, good. So Cloud Query is powered by SQL. So to be able to know Cloud Query, you need to know, to be able to use Cloud Query, you need to know SQL. And by the way, SQL is not a big deal. Okay, so if you pick a thing or two from this session and you want to really say you want to start, W3 Schools is a fantastic place to learn SQL. Just 2 hours of concentrated focus should get you up and running with SQL. So Cloud Query is powered by SQL, like I've said before. It helps you to extract, to transform, and load your cloud assets into a normalized Postgres table. Okay, so there's a very fun thing I usually do, like the one at my workplace. What I do, like I have a boss that is he wants to always know what's on ground. So what I did was I connected Azure, GCP, and AWS. So I downloaded the agent for Grafana. So Grafana, it automatically picks everything into Grafana dashboard. And from Grafana, I can make a report and just send to him. So at each point in time, he knows what Cloud Query is pulling from AWS. He knows how many load balancers are there. He knows how many VMs are there. He knows everything. So it's really a very good tool. Now we're talking about it though, but he knows everything in Azure. So it's a good tool that I would encourage every one of us to to try to look into. Before I proceed, there's also this is proprietary, is cloud agnostic. Yes, because I said I use it for AWS, Azure, and GCP. So it's cloud agnostic. So it does not select whether you're going to use it for GCP alone or for Azure alone. Okay, so like the place where I work, we use different clouds, so we use it for everything. But it's very, very, very smooth with Azure. So let's proceed. So funny enough, if you love Terraform, you're gonna love this Cloud Query because it uses the same concept as Terraform provider. So provider in Terraform does the same thing that it does in Cloud Query. So providers are pluggable data connectors. So if you even use Power BI, you know that you need to connect your data to Power BI before the Power BI can populate your data into the graphs and the tables that you want to make. So you need something to help you grab the data. So in Cloud Query, a provider will help you grab it from Azure. So providers are pluggable data connectors that let you extract your data and configuration in a single normalized relational database. Okay, so let me continue. In our own case, I suspected that, although I was still going to do the demo, though, but I knew that to install this might take time. But if you want to try it on your own, whichever machine you want to work with first, because we're talking about Azure, the first thing to install is Azure CLI. Okay, so you need to. Microsoft is a very great and friendly platform. You have a lot of documentations that are easy to work with. So you can just type Azure CLI. So the first one is the one-click one. So the one you can see on the screen. So you can just put it in PowerShell and all that. But what I would do if I were you, because the screenshot you see is taken from a Linux VM. What I would do if I were you, you don't have a Linux VM to work with. So you go into your Azure platform. Okay, you create a virtual machine, a Ubuntu virtual machine. Then you can SSH into it. Okay, SSH into it. Then yeah, to make your life easy. So different ways of doing the same thing, but the screenshot you see is from directly from my Ubuntu machine. Okay, so after you've installed your Azure CLI, the next thing, okay, is to install the binary for Cloud Query. So whichever, definitely you'll have a workstation where you usually work. So on my work computer is my workstation. So I installed the binary there. So we install the binary, and what you'll see on your screen is what you see on your own screen is just like what I'm seeing here now. So after you install it, you need to give it permission, like chmod a+x cloud query. So typical Linux thing, but it's no big deal. And by the way, if you have any issues with all these things, man, we are a very friendly community. Hit us up, and any one of us we take your matter personally and show you the way. So continuing. Okay, so I've just mentioned three steps. Okay, 3 steps. The first one was install the Azure CLI. Okay, on the machine that you want to use it with. Even if it's Linux, you still need to. So the second thing was install the binary, as you can see. Then the next thing is to initialize, the workstation that you're going to be working with. So the first thing is just like you see on the screen, Cloud Query init Azure. So once you initialize it, it will pull down everything that your machine needs to get the resources in your cloud provider out. It will pull down everything. This thing is necessary because if you take this step, every single thing in your Azure account, it go, sorry to speak pidgin, it go carry on for you. So then basically you'll be working with, okay, I think I skipped a step. Yeah, no, sorry, it's still the same thing. So basically you're working with Postgres database, and I like to work with Linux. So I like to make my work easy too, because most images have been stored in Docker repo. So I would like to take Postgres from Docker. So it's a standard query. So first thing, I installed Docker on the machine. Okay. Then also I run the command to put Postgres. I have a very few minutes left. Sorry. So when I did all that, so look at what the Postgres ran successfully, and it was completed. So then to start working officially with the whole thing in your Azure account. So my plan today was show you this, then go and demo one by one and show you guys the steps. But unfortunately, we don't have enough time. So when you start running query, so if you are very familiar, okay, to be honest, you need to be a little bit familiar with Postgres databases to be able to use this. But it's no big deal. It's something that you can pick up in it's something you can pick up in just like and 2 hours of concentrated, focused study. Okay, so you need to know Postgres to be able to do this, but it's very easy. So like the plan was, after all these steps, go and run it. So what I wanted to do was these are a typical SQL query. So select from. So if I had run this on my demo machine, you will see that it will bring out every Azure SQL server that I have in my Azure portal. So this is just okay. So then after that, it will show you what you have. But like I told you earlier, my boss is very pesky. He does not want me to tell him we install this. He wants to see everything by himself. So what I did was I connected. I have an account with Grafana. So the whole thing I just ran through with you is Postgres. So there's a Grafana connector. There's a Postgres connector in Grafana. So I took the agent, installed it on my machine. So because of that process, it started populating the data from my Azure account, from the cloud account, into the Postgres dashboard. And you know the way Postgres works. You can easily bundle whatever you are seeing, the reports you're seeing in the dashboard. You can bundle it as a report and send it over. So that's one of the things I usually do in my workplace. I hope that my time is up. Sorry for the glitches that I had earlier. If not, I would have been able to show you real-time demo. But I hope that the few minutes that I've spoken, you've learned a thing or two, that you don't have to like be telling your boss at the workplace, we did this, we did that. You can actually have an open source tool and connect it to Grafana and let him have a comprehensive report of your cloud, of your Azure cloud estate. Thank you very much for attending this session. See you again next time.
All right, thank you, Raphael. Yeah, this is a wonderful tool. I mean, nowadays, many companies are deploying resources in a multi-cloud. They do not put their egg in one basket. And sometimes certain resources run well in specific cloud. So they have no choice than to take advantage of that. So it's great to have a tool like this and have all your workload visibly to you and also to, let's say, your management team. So Raphael, thank you for such a wonderful session of showing how we can have visibility into our multi-cloud in one single location. All right, so we're going to take a break and then we'll come back at 2:20, right, for our next session. So our next session will be a future of AI, making a prediction without code by Japhlet. So I'll see you then.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Fada, fada. had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Oh, wait, I'm tired
Right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys had a wonderful break. Probably got a drink or maybe jollof rice or something. I know it's too short for you to get a jollof rice, but yeah, thank you for coming back to this session. Before we begin our next session, please do well to register for our event that is coming up on 27 and also 28 May. And we will also appreciate if you follow us on Twitter as well, because if you have any questions, that's another avenue you can actually reach out to us. So without any further ado, I'll bring to you our next guest for this event. So our next guest, more likely, most of you will know him. He's one of our exclusive AI guy. You know a lot about AI when we talk about artificial intelligence. And before he speak, I will say congratulations to him for becoming a Microsoft advocate. It's something that was coming out and coming anyway. We see you a lot on Microsoft events, so there wasn't any surprise when we noticed that you are now a Microsoft advocate, right? So Japhlet, over to you. I'll leave it to you for you to introduce yourself. I think you'll do more justice introducing yourself. All right. So over to you now, sir.
Okay, great. 1 minute. I don't know why there's an echo. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Japhlet.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So good afternoon. It's afternoon here in Nigeria. Good afternoon, everybody. From whichever part of the world you are joining us from, it's nice to be here with you all at Global Azure 2022. Thank you for taking our time to be here with us. I'm excited as this is my first official speaking engagement since I joined Microsoft just this week as a cloud advocate. So I'm Japhlet Nwamu, no longer a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. I used to be, now a cloud advocate at Microsoft. And joining me on in this session is Chino. Okay, Chino just joined. So just before I bring Chino in, before I became a Gold Microsoft, the cloud advocate at Microsoft, I was a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. That gold milestone. And I had the opportunity of interacting with people. I love talking about Microsoft's Power Platform and artificial intelligence. And here at Microsoft, I also get to help people learn about Power Platform and artificial intelligence, focusing on students and educators. And yeah, if you haven't, I would advise you to register for the Azure Nigeria Community Conference, which we have been working on for a few months now. So the link will be coming up somewhere down there. So please be sure to register and attend, both virtually if you can't attend physically. And if you're in Lagos and would love to attend physically or would like to come over, please be sure to attend physically too. Hi, Chino. Would you like to do an introduction now?
Japhlet.
Good to have you joining me today. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation.
Pleasure is all
would you like to
mine.
tell would you like to tell everybody about yourself?
I'm a student ambassador, Microsoft Students Learning Ambassador, and I'm excited. So the goal for our session today is to clear the misconception that people have that building AI solutions only to use lots and debugging and have knowledge of programming and see the possibility without writing a single of code. Japhlet.
Okay, great. So, like Chino mentioned, a lot of persons have this misconception, this ideology that whenever you want to build your AI solutions, you have to write tons of lines of code. And Chino has walked us through the agenda. We're going to clear this, that tell you the facts you need to know about building AI solutions, and we'll summarize everything at the end of this. But definitely, we're going to walk you through a short demo which would show you the possibilities of building AI solutions without having to write code. So this is the misconception a lot of people have, and I think Chino, you might have heard people, talking about this, right? Like I mentioned earlier, they believe when you want to build your AI solutions, you have to write code and tons of lines of code. Sit in front of your computer,
Yes.
do that. Programmers should permit me, but do that, should I say boring stuff, sitting in front of a computer and just walking through tons of lines of code. I hope you don't get angry with me, Chino. But
Oh my God.
lots of people are scared of going into artificial intelligence because of having to write, these lines of code. So the fact is you don't really need to write code to build AI solutions. In fact, now the world has advanced to a specific space where you can do all of these amazing things without writing, code, without using code at all, and it still works the same way as your programming languages, utilizing your programming languages would work. Now, I'm not saying building your AI solutions with code is bad or it's not great. I write code. I'm a programmer, so programming is definitely fun. But then a lot of times when we need to build these solutions, we need to do it faster, and having to do these things without code, is a lot easier. I know you can resonate with that, right, Chino?
Definitely. Wow. So that's awesome. Have you used any of these products before?
Okay, so over the years, in fact, I've had the opportunity of using some of these tools, and in this session, while speaking with you, we said we planned on highlighting two of them, but because of time, we might not be walking through, step by step of these two solutions. I'll just let everybody in the audience know these two solutions they could make use of, and then probably in future sessions we'll get to go in depth into this. So, do I have permission to show everybody these two solutions or
Yes,
these two
you do.
platforms?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you. Permission granted. Great. So, Microsoft Azure is Microsoft's cloud computing platform. And what Microsoft Azure enables you to do is build solutions on the cloud. But there is a part of Microsoft Azure known as Azure Cognitive Services. And Azure Cognitive Services gives you the opportunity to build AI solutions without, in most cases, having to write code. So you can do your vision, things related to vision, such as your image recognition and the likes. You can do your speech recognition, text to speech, your speech to text, and all of that. And then you have your language services, your knowledge services, and a bundle of other things. The big question for people is, how do we get started? What do we need to create as solutions, our AI solutions with Microsoft Azure? So for you to do that, you need to have an Azure account. Very easy to create an Azure account. And in your Azure account, you should have Azure credits. You can do so if you're a student, make use of Azure for Students free subscription, which gives you, I think, $100 or $150 Azure credit each month. And then if you're not a student, you can make use of Azure free trial. So in next, I'm going to walk you through how the image classification, for example, I'm going to take image classification as a case study here. So I'm going to walk you through how image classification on Microsoft Azure works quickly. So first, when you're classifying things, you are basically trying to predict which category a particular item or a particular product belongs to. So, for example, in this image or in this data set, you have three different types of flowers. You have the Satosa, you have the versicolor, and you have the virginacia. Now, what your classification model, your machine learning classification model will do is it tries to find unique features within these different items that would enable it to differentiate them. So if you notice, for the first, what it does is it picks the size, it uses size, the distance, and say, oh, from here to here is probably, let's say, 4 centimeters, and from here to here is 5 centimeters. That's what it uses to identify this specific flower. And then it comes here to versicolor and says, oh, there's a difference. The distance of this is, let's say, 2 centimeters or 1 centimeter. And then, and then it says, oh, the distance from here to here is, let's say, that's in 1 centimeter. It also notices that for this last one, there is also a larger distance. So let's say this could be 6 centimeter. And so whatever result you impute, it is going to use these unique features that it has gotten from the image to identify which of them it is. Now, in your while building your machine learning solution or your AI solutions, you have what we call your training data set and your testing data set. So you have to train it. You divide your data set into 2 parts. You have to train it first of all. The training helps it identify these unique characteristics, and then before you test it to see how it works. Another clear example is different images. Well, they are, if you notice from here, they are similar images, but here they are very distinct images. And so it's not very difficult to identify or notice the difference or between them. It's easy to classify this. Now, some things to take note of while making use of your image classification is you can use it for identifying lots of things. So, for example, you need to walk through. You need to search for a specific item, but this time this item is an image. You just go over, impute it. For example, your Google search, where you just impute an image and then you get the results. So what it does is it classifies the things in that image by other images it has in the data set and tries to give you the correct image. And then another example is the medical diagnosis. So for example, in the case of an accident for an x-ray, it tries to identify the difference between this specific condition and the x-ray that has been given. So could it be somebody has a tumor and that is it's issue that is known as cancerous tumors. So when it goes through that x-ray, it classifies it and checks if that specific x-ray shows that the person has cancerous tumor, and then it's easy for whomever needs to make use of that specific data or that solution to identify what exactly the problem is. Another thing to take note of while building your AI solutions is that you need to have a data set, like I mentioned. If there are visuals, if there are images, you need to upload these images. And then to make them identifiable, you have to make use of what we call labels, or in Microsoft Azure, we can make use of what we call tags. Now, the next thing you would do is train your data set and train your model. And this involves, like I mentioned earlier, you have to find the system tries to find unique characteristics using the already imputed data. We're going to be seeing all of this in a couple of minutes, but then don't worry about it. While we are building this solution, take note of these 4 key parts. First, your ID. You have the name of your model, the prediction key, which can be used when you need to upload your model to a software, or you need to maybe use it somewhere. You can just pick up your prediction key and make use of it. On the other hand, you also have Microsoft's Power Platform, which also enables you to, all of your connect whatever you have done with your Azure Machine Learning Studio, or what you have done with your image classification platform on Microsoft Azure. You can bring it into Microsoft's Power Platform, making use of Power Apps. All you have to do is you connect it. Power Apps enables you build enterprise solutions, at the same time without having to write code. Connect it with you connect the model to it, and it gives you your results. It's easily accessible from the application. You could decide to connect with Microsoft's Dataverse, which would also be like a database or your data source. So it's important. You could also try as much as possible to utilize this. So Chino, those are the 2 ways you can build your AI solutions. I hope that's kind of like made you excited.
Yes, I'm very, very excited. Although you mentioned Azure Machine Learning, so what's the difference between Azure Machine Learning and cognitive services?
Okay, great. So Azure Machine Learning enables you build your models without having to write code. Cleaning your data. It's more of like, not really complex, but more of like an extensive way of working around all of your building your models. So you have to clean your data, then you just with your drag and drops, clean your data, test the data and all of that. But Azure Cognitive Services does more than that. It enables you do things like your image classification, as you have seen. You can do your text to speech, converting your text to your speech. You can do your speech to text and all of that. You can do your image recognition and a lot of other things. So while Azure Machine Learning Studio is for building your machine learning studio, machine learning solutions and models, cognitive services enables you to do other parts of artificial intelligence.
Okay, that's awesome. Another question. In a scenario where the Azure Cognitive Service, like for example, the speech doesn't have, let's say, Igbo language, can't convert Igbo language to English language, how do we go model? Or
okay, so that's where the person building that solution comes in. The person could then decide, to integrate that, figure a way around to integrate that, depending on who the target audience is. It then decides to either do that or just find a way to also work around that.
okay, and how can we integrate these services into our product?
Okay, so I'm going to share a link at the end of this session. I'm going to share a link for those who are attending, so they can check out how to attend it. I'm going to be using a workshop on Microsoft's GitHub repository, Power Platform workshop, which they can always utilize, check out at the end of this to also build that. Just because of time, we'll not be able to cover everything, so I'll need to share it so that they can go over there and continue building. Okay, great. So can I go over to the demo now, Chino?
Yes, you can, please.
Okay, so I'm going to reshare my screen again, and then we're going to walk through a short demo. Again, if you have any questions, please be sure to ask. Chino will take note of them and would let me know. So please let me know if you can see my screen yet. Can you see my screen?
Okay, it's coming on. Yes.
Okay, great. So first thing I would do is head over to create an Azure account. And well, I already have one. So if you need to create, you just head over to azure.com. And what is going to happen is it's going to create your Azure account for you. You can head over here, create your Azure account. Again, I'll be dropping all of these links. I'll create a document where I have all of the can have access to and dropping it before the end of today's session. So you can always go back and test out all of the links, all of the things we did. So come over here, you can sign in. But then since I already have an account and because of time, I'll just head over to portal.azure.com. And we're going to make use of Azure Custom Vision service. But first, just before we make use of that, we need to create a resource group here. And what the resource group will enable us to is it gives us the ability to host our solution in the cloud. So we first of all have to do that. So just hold on while it comes up. Great. So we'll come over here, create a resource. Okay, sorry, I just have to share my screen again. Let me know if you can see my screen. I shared the wrong screen.
Not yet.
Can you see now?
Okay, yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'll head over here, create a resource group. And I would look for cognitive services. Since cognitive services is a general name, let's just do this again. And the solution will be making use of under cognitive services custom vision. So we should, great. And what I would do is create. So I already have an existing subscription. So I'll leave it there. I'll create a resource group. Azure Nigeria. let's create this. Okay, so let's look for another part. We can create this on the okay, so we'll create it under this.
We can see your screen.
Oh, wow. Okay, so give me 1 minute. Let me see what.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just start again. Can you see it? So let me just continue and start over again.
Yes, we can see it now.
Hope you can see my.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do this again. It takes some time to come up. Okay, so have customization here, and then we'll head over and create. So what happens is we'll input all of the details. So I already have, so let's create a new resource group for the sake of this. Great. So we're going to make use of West US. Do we have? Yes, we do. And then give it a name. Please let me know if you can still see my screen, just in case it goes blank at any point. Okay, so let's try something. So I'm going to make use of, oh, it's already in use. Let's see. Okay, this is not in use. So I'm going to pick free and review and create. And then we head over to, while that is creating behind the scene, we head over to Azure custom vision.ai. So let's see, while this is created. So here we right, custom, and then we're just going to name with Microsoft account. Same account you use for creating your portal is the same account you will be using for signing in. So you can connect the resource group to whatever you have created. So I'll just do this. Great. So we're in here to create a new project. So let's give it a project name. Give out the description. Let's see if the resource group that was created earlier. Let's reload this. All the resource group has properly created. Oh, sorry, it has not properly created. So let's create it, and then it should come up automatically there. So the next thing we need to do once this has created is almost, we're almost done with it. Great. So let's come over here and reload this. Okay, so let's just create the resource group since it's not showing from here. So, okay, so let's just create from here. You could either decide to head over the other way and create it from there, or you could just create from here. So we'll come here and select. So I know we're running out of time already. Rounding this up soon. So once you have created your project, it's going to take you a portal to a section or a portal where you can then input all of the details you need to input. So you can just add your images. Remember the two sections we talked about, your training and your testing data set. You had some specific sections to train the whole model, and then you can test it out. So just because of time, what I'm going to do is we're going to record this, Chino, and then share it with everybody. Does that work, Chino?
Yes, it does. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. So our goal for this session was to help you see that there is, you can build your AI solutions without having to write code. It's very possible, very, very possible to make that happen. We have also been able to talk about the two platforms that you can utilize to build your AI solutions. Again, like I mentioned, I and Chino would ensure to share all of the links for this session with you, so you can continue building. And if you need our help at any point in time, be sure to reach out to us. We'll also be sharing the link to our Twitter and LinkedIn profiles. So please be sure to reach out to myself or Chino. Chino, any questions in the chat just for go?
No, there's no question in the chat at the moment. Yeah, thank you very much, Japhlet, and thank you, Chino, for such a wonderful session. We do appreciate going through all these with us. And I believe because of time limitation, that's why we couldn't finish the whole thing. But like you said, we are going to post this one into our community YouTube channel. So do well to subscribe to the channel, and once that video is posted, you will have access to it, and obviously you can go through it as well. So we'll go for break. We'll have 5 minutes break to the next session. So for the next session, we'll be configuring network in Azure App Service. I hope you guys will join us on that one as well. So I will see you in 5 minutes.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Fada, fada. I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands down, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our session. So this will be the last session for the day. So thank you for joining all the session for today. So we had 7 sessions. So if you've stayed here throughout the whole session, congrats. It's been a long journey. But if you couldn't stay, this is an on-demand session. So you can always go back to our YouTube channel and then revisit any topic that you want to visit, essentially. Right, so let's go on to the next session. But actually, before we do so, do well to check our post about the community Azure global Azure session that is coming out 2 weeks time, which is on 27 and also on the 28th as well. So now I will bring our next presenter or speaker onto this session. So the next person coming up is Imo Ituk. He's going to talk to us about configuring network in Azure App Service. Imo is actually a cloud engineer, actually a multi-cloud engineer. He is experienced in Azure and also AWS as well, and he writes a lot of articles. So that would be something that probably, if you are interested in, you can actually check him out. I think he writes articles on I think let me just check where he have his articles. So if you go to techdirectarchive.com, you see a lot of articles that he's written on Azure services. So I think it's something that everyone will be happy to obviously see. So Imo, thank you for joining us in this session, and I'll leave it to you to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Coach. Is my audio okay?
No, your audio is quite low. Can you probably increase the volume, please?
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, to wherever you're joining us from. Am I audible enough now?
It's still low.
Okay, so my name is Imo Ituk. Just as Kofi has introduced me, what I do is I write about Microsoft Azure and speak about Azure. My name, on my daily basis, I work as assistant IT manager in one of the companies here in Nigeria. And today, because of our time, we will be going straight to talking about the topic of the day, which is configuring networking in Azure App Service. So something we'll be looking at, some of the thing we cover is we'll need to know the introduction to app service, Azure App Service, and we will also learn how to create app service and also creating and adding custom domain to your app service, to your app, and also enabling TLL and SSL for your app. Then we'll go on lastly how to control the inbound and outbound connections to and from your app on Azure. So we move on straight to the next slide, which is we look at what you need to do before you can enjoy this service. For you to have, at least you should have some basic knowledge of Azure App Service and Azure networking and the domain name system. For this section is not going to delve much into domain name system because it's not part of the section as well. We're just going to show you how you can link that up with Azure App Service. So we move on to the introduction part of Azure App Service. There on the screen we have it as Azure App Service is a collection of services that can assist software engineers in developing mobile web API and function-based applications. So what this means is, just as we have the infrastructure service, Azure App Service can be classified under the platform as a service cloud model, and that is the PaaS cloud model. So it's a model that where a third-party provider delivers hardware. Just third-party provider in this sense is the Microsoft Azure. They deliver this to you, and all you need to do is to just build your app and let it run on it. That's what you need. And the app you can run on this app, on app service are mobile apps, web app, functions app, and API apps, to name but a few. So we move on to the next slide. And now, what is app service plan? Remember, we have app service. We also have app service plan. App service plan functions similarly to a container, just Docker, Kubernetes, and other container solutions to runtime solutions for you to run your applications. That is how app service plan function. It is used to determine the resources available to your applications. And when compared to an on-premises environment or IaaS VM, just as we have the VM that runs your app, the app service environment refers to the server on which your applications is deployed. You deployed applications to run on app service. The app service plan specifies the hardware specifications on which your apps runs and the number of servers you have. For instance, all the things you need to do, just as I said before, you don't need to do any underground work. You don't need to do any backend infrastructure patching or anything. Microsoft does all these things for you. What you do is to write your app and bring in the code, then host on app service plan. So for the purpose of this section, we are going to look at how you can link up a domain name so that your app can be accessed via a URL, just as someone entering a website, maybe www.azureglobal.com. So before you can set up your app service plan, your app service, and make it run, all you need to do, there are some prerequisites, there are some things to do, which one is create an app service plan. You're going to create an app service plan and have it run. Then create an app. The app will serve as a platform whereby you host the app is what you need the app service plan to host on. Think of a name that, in fact, the name must be unique, because app service plan, if the name is not unique, it might not go through. So you need to set up a custom domain name, and by default, app service plan comes with a domain name that looks like your domain.azurewebsite.net. So you need to, once you add your custom domain, the Azure website will be taken away, and we'll be having a custom domain that are presentable, that are more enterprise and kind of more business oriented for your business. So we move on to the next section now, the requirement for adding a custom domain to your app service plan. Before you can add a custom domain name to your app service plan, there are things you need to do. You need to upgrade your app service to a paid tier. We have the basic, which is the free. We have the standard and premium and other ones like that. So you need to upgrade it to a standard, at least to a standard plan tier that can be able to allow you to add your custom domain. Then you need to register a domain name, maybe with a third-party registrar like GoDaddy or Namecheap and all. Then there are many out there. So you can also know how to, at least a little knowledge on how to edit DNS records. We are not going to delve so much on the DNS record for this training, but it's one of the criteria. So we will move down to, for you to add a custom domain name to your this thing, you need to first of all, when you create your app service plans, which will enable your app to be hosted, so you need to copy there will be a unique ID that will be given to you by Microsoft, and this ID is what will enable Microsoft to verify that you are the owner of that domain. And also, when you are adding the domain name, you need to also add what is called the TLC record. That will enable you to prove to Microsoft that yes, this domain actually belongs to you. So you need to also take note of the IP address and the URL of your app service. You copy this first of all into the text editor. This is going to come in a handy section. So what you need to do the next thing is for you to go to your domain provider website. Let's say you are using a GoDaddy or a Namecheap. So for the purpose of this section, I will be using my own. There's a hosting firm that hosts one of my demo websites called Host. So I will be making use of Host. So we have when you open your DNS records, if you want to use the root domain such as globalazure.com, In this case, you can only create an A record alone. And if you want to use a subdomain like www.globalazure.com, you need to create a CNAME record. The CNAME record is canonical name. So in the third section, you need to also in the name column, when we're doing the demo, we're going to get to see all this. In the name column, you need to add the at, which means the name of your app service, and type in the IP address, which you copy in the previous section, and paste it in the value field. So under the CNAME record, that is if you want your website to be accessed as a subdomain, as www.globalazure.com, you need to add the CNAME details and set the details to www.worldwideweb and set the URL under the value field to existing URL of your app service, that is the globalazure.com, and click save. So in this case, all these things are going to be done in a demo section for us. So let's move on to, so please, if you have any question, feel free to drop it on the chat section. I will respond to them as we are moving on. So adding a TXT record, remember why you need to add a TXT. After creating an A record and adding your CNAME, you need to prove to Microsoft that you are the owner of this domain by adding a TXT record to it. And what they call a app service unique identifier, you need to add this. It's we are going to get to see it as we are creating the app service plan. Under the name field, and set the value to custom domain verification, which you copy in the previous section. For the subdomain, set the name column to your app service unique identifier .www. And paste in the same custom domain verification. Now you head back to this and create. So we move down to the demo section, because this is a handy section. It's not something that there's not so much theory to be talked about here. So I'll bring up the Microsoft Azure portal where everything will be done. So that is so when we move down to, if you are with me and you have your own system with you, what you need to have is Azure subscription, and you also need to be able to use the Azure portal, because you are going to work directly there. Can you all see my screen? Still see my screen? And another thing is we need to move down to, we have already created my plan here. Remember, one of the part of the criteria for creating and having your app service is to have the plan created. I already have a plan. I've already created my plan here. So what I need to do is to create app service under my plan. So app service plan is what will power your app. So I will just move down to, I will search for app service here under the search this thing. So we have a app service plan here. Okay, there's no question. So while that is loading, now you create app service. So we have the resource group that there's a resource group that I put the resource group that I put the plan is my plan LG. So if you do not have a resource group already, you create new. So the app web app name will be SZ Global Demo. So we have you can now the kind of thing you want to publish, if zip code, a Docker container, you want it to be a Docker container, or you want to have it to be a static web app. That is up to you. You can choose anything you want. So you can also choose the runtime stack. This is not what we actually, you can use .NET, or maybe you are running ASP.NET, which can only run on Windows and all that. So you go straight to, I have already created app service plan that I created in the before now, which is my plan, and the tier is standard tier. At least to have a domain name hosted on it, you have to have a custom domain, you have to scale up your app service plan to a standard plan, so as to carry it. So we have the app service plan selected already, and we move on to review and create. There's no time. So that's being created. Please, if you have any question for me, just quickly drop it at the section. I respond to it. So you create now. Quickly, let me pull up the domain. So this has been created. Is deployed. The deployment is is in progress. So just if you have any question, please let me know. And this is going on. While that's ongoing, let me bring up the slide so we look at the next step of the. So the resources is ready. I'll go to resource. So under go to resource, we'll click on the go to the custom domain, tap so custom domain. Under custom domain, these are the things I told you earlier that you should copy down, which is the domain verification ID and the IP address. So bring up that. We will need that while creating our A record. So we will create an A record, which is this is under my domain registrar website. So you will have one like that, and under the name you're going to put @ here. So this time to live can be TTL, can be default. We are creating an A record. Then the IP address which comes with our Azure App Service, which is this. Copy this and quickly come to this and paste. Here's the IP address. So save. For the purpose of this demo, we are not going to save this because this is actually a live domain name. So for your own test environment, you click save after this place. So in this place, I'm going to click cancel. But since we are also creating the CNAME record, I'm just going to change this to a CNAME record, and under the name, under the this thing, I will put a fully qualified domain name, which is globalazure.com. Globalazure.com, because why this is followed by this, the purpose for adding www is when someone visits both globalazure.com or adding the www.globalazure.com, they will visit, the stuff will take them to the same website that you already have. So this is how to create the CNAME record. So you save it in your own case, but here we are not going to save it. So now you have to also create the TXT record. Remember, to prove to Microsoft, TXT record is to confirm that you are the owner of this app service and plan and all that. So under this place, we're going to select TXT record. Now, what you need to paste on the record field is the app service ID, which is here. You copy on your own end, go to this place, and paste it. So once you paste it, and in this name, you have a now you set the name. This name here will be set to the app service unique identifier, which is abbreviated as ASUID. So you set it there, and also you keep it like that. So in this case, click save. This is for the A record. This particular TXT record confirmed, verified the TXT record. So for you to verify the CNAME record, you need to also add the TXT record for the CNAME record as well. So in this case, when you are creating the TXT record, will still remain the same. So, but in this case, I'm going to add www.asuid. That's all, and save. I believe that is clear. So now we having done that, you've verified everything and save all you need to save. So now you have to return back to your app service plan here. Return back to the app service plan. Then and under add custom domain, you are returned back to this place. So you need to add. Sorry, this is taken out to another place. Okay. We have custom domain here. Click on add custom domain. Then you enter the custom domain which you verified before, which is you can add this or the other one without the. Now, are they being hired? Save up my record. Or in your own case, you have to validate it. And once you validate, it will confirm that you are the owner of that website or the app service link. Then people can access this via a normal URL, which will go through here. So when people visit this, to go, and that site will automatically now be on Azure. Then when you validate it, Azure will check your DNS record with the one you supply to your domain registrar and find out that you are the right owner of that domain before it can become valid. Now that will take us to another short demo, because there's no actually much time. So we will have it we have added the custom domain now. So I believe that is okay. Then we have how to enable the sales SSL for app. To do this, why you need to do this is that without TLL setting up TLL and SSL for your app will only be accessible on HTTP alone without the HTTPS. So, and that may throw in a kind of error when potential customers or clients are trying to visit your business website. So you need to enable the TLL and SSL for your app. So you need to have first of all, you need to have the private key. Maybe you can use a third party you need to have the TLL underscore SSL dot PFX, which is generated to you by the SSL third party certificate, which contains the private key, and the certificate will be public with the public key. This key is used to encrypt and decrypt traffic between the website and anyone visiting your site. It helps to prevent what is called a kind of the man-in-the-middle attack. So that's the reason you need to actually enable your SSL. And this is via another computer. If you have maybe, for instance, you are sending something and another computer is intercepting the information you are sending across between two parties, the web server and the browser in this case, is listening on the conversation. And in some cases, the intended messages might be altered because you have not enabled the TSL security, which is very important. So we'll now go into the demo section and get that done. So that will take us to this demo section. To do that, you go through you can use the free app service, there's the free app service they call DigiSat, that the body that manage that Azure use in managing the SSL. So the certificate authority that verify the authenticity of the certificate is the DigiSat. So, and that's what you need to. So to do that, you need to go to the app service plan, the app service that you have already have it running. So go to these are the tab here, TSL and SSL setting. So you click it. Once you click, you look for the private key certificate, PFX, and click on it. Then doing that, we have the create app service managed certificate. This is the option you should go for. So having done that, you in this place, to report there is no custom domain because my domain was not validated. You understand? But in your own case, when you get to this place, you choose either between there are kind of two types of SSL. You can choose between the IP-based SSL or SNI SSL certificate. The choice is yours. You can anyone you want to choose between. The reason why you need to choose the one that is recommended, which I will recommend for anyone, is the SNI SSL. And that one is a kind of, it binds the certificate using the website host name, while the IP-based SSL binds the certificate to the website IP address. SNI SSL gives you more flexibility and it's easy to set up. So I would advise anybody to go with the SNI SSL. Though it doesn't work with old browsers, but while the IP-based SSL actually works with any browsers. Since I think in the years 2007, that was when all modern browsers started supporting SNI SSL. So now your site can be okay. So now your site can be accessed via SSL. Once you add the SSL, your site can be accessed via HTTPS. So because of our time, we'll head back to the last section, to the last demo section of this, by showing you how to create that. Now, due to our time, I will quickly run through something. There's what they call a TLL multiple authentication. This actually helps you to So if you require much level of authenticity, then you can enable multiple authentication, also known as certificate authentication. This is varies based on organizational policies. Like what this simply means, for instance, an organization may require that all client devices should have a client certificate. For this to work, you need to add some code to your website, like all the app service, or the app code, the code that your app is running on. So you have the app service does not handle, Azure app service does not handle client authentication. It will forward the it will be forwarded to your app immediately you create that. So you can decide if you want a client that visits your own application or website to be authenticated by adding the client side certificate to them. So now to enable the client side certificate, to enable this, you need to go to settings. Under settings, go to general settings and click certificate, then require it, which is under our app service screen here. So now what you need to do, the next one is we'll go to how you can actually control traffic using the inbound and outbound connection. So inbound for communicating to the app. Inbound simply means all the communication that comes in from the outside to your app is an inbound, while the outbound is what your app, when connecting to other resources, like you may have your database on premises and you want to connect from your app from your Azure app service to communicate to your app service, to your on-prem database. So that is when outbound communication comes in. And service endpoint is enabled in a subnet. There's what they call service endpoint, and that is very necessary. Microsoft recommend using a private endpoint rather than service endpoint anyway. You will need to, before you can enable service endpoint, you need to have a subnet and network gateway to set up the inbound connection. So we move down to this. Under the outbound connection, we have the hybrid connection method, and hybrid connection method is what it provides secure access, express route or VPN connection not necessary. You may not need them. So in the VNet integration, regional VNet integration and gateway required integration. So those are the two types of VNet integration. Then we have regional and gateway required VNet integration. So benefit is that you don't need to install anything to enable the VNet integration on your app service. So we'll move down to, okay, this is actually the end of my slide, but let's go back to, I think my time is already up. Let me find that out.
Yes, the time is
up.
The time is up.
Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, there's no questions in the chat. So guys, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask away.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll give them probably just a minute to see if there's any question coming out. But Amon, thank you very much for this wonderful session. Yeah, I have learned a lot in regards to this. I like the way you added the custom domain name and also adding TLS for security. So I believe a lot of people probably will rewatch the whole session again to really practice and understand. So that's the whole point.
Okay.
All right, thank you once again. Thank you for such a wonderful session.
Thank you.
There's one question coming up, so we might call it a day. All right, so thank you guys, and we do appreciate that you joined this session. It's been a long day. We started at 10 a.m. and it's almost 4 p.m. So we are glad that you did join us. We know the last session was an interview with Popola, but unfortunately they have to join another meeting, so they will not be able to have that. We will not be able to have that session. But what we will do in place of that is to show you the event that is coming up on the 27th and also on the 28th. So 27th, which is Friday, that event, which is the Azure Nigeria Community Conference 2022. It's a hybrid event and in Lagos. So you'll be able to attend if you can. So in-person attendance will be on a Saturday. So starting from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. In person. And there are many reasons why you should attend. You get to connect with Microsoft Teams. You also get to meet other people in this community, and you can ask your question, any questions you might have, you can ask away. You can get the opportunity to network with people. There will be people from Microsoft partners coming to the event as well, which will give you opportunity to meet partners in the industry essentially. And you also have one-to-one engagement with technical expert, one-to-one engagement with Microsoft Cloud advocates. As you saw, the Japhlet is one of them. And there'll also be free snacks, and also lunch will be provided as well. And on top of that, there'll be swags as well. Right. So I believe at the beginning of the session, one of the things we did mention is about the certification, the free voucher for the Microsoft certification. So if you are interested, I think everyone's supposed to do it, because it's an opportunity to get yourself certified for free. But all you need to do for that is to attend the session, and then you have to complete the challenge. So those are the prerequisites. So once you complete those two, you have the opportunity to get the voucher as well. And for the session, there will be 20 sessions from Friday to Saturday. And there will be a panel discussions and also Ask Me Anywhere session. So you can get the option to ask any questions you have to any of the audience, especially if you are getting yourself into the tech industry. It's an opportunity to ask people that have already taken the journey. So this will be a very good opportunity for you to ask any question that might be bothering you. And you get the opportunity to meet mentors as well, so that you'll be able to know how their journey was and how you can use that one to guide yourself to another successful journey into the tech industry. So this is the end for this session. So we will close here. But like I said, we do have these events every now and then, like almost every Saturday. There's a 1 hour session where we talk about Azure services. So this is more reason why you should join our meetup group, so that you continuously educate yourself and up your knowledge in the cloud industry. So once again, thank you everyone for joining us, and we hope to see you in the next one. And also we hope to see you in the Azure Nigeria Community Conference coming up on May 27 and also May 28. Once again, thank you, and we will see you again next time. Bye for now.